But also adjusting to the type of team that he had in front of him, the coach.
Here's James down the middle of the floor for the slam. And LeBron James.
He's up 1. 5 seconds left in the quarter. As I leave, believe I'm stomping. And when I come back, boy, I'm coming straight out of Compton. 5 blocks for LeBron in the game. Again, his personal block.
With 5 to shoot. LeBron all the way. LeBron scores!
And one. And he had some words for Tristan Thompson. He looked right at him and said, yeah, you've seen this before, and you're going to see it again.
Beautiful play by Walker. 2-on-1 LeBron. Hold on, here he comes. Dropping a sledgehammer. Flying inside. James puts in his 19th point. And with authority.
Final seconds here in this NBA season, and that's it. It's over. This historic 2020 NBA championship belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. LeBron's likely destination might be the Golden State Warriors, but if he wants any chance of sniffing a title, he should head back home to Cleveland for one final run with the Cavaliers. 310-840-4910 is our talk and text line. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. One of the greatest players in NBA history today made a massive decision. In case you were living under a rock and you didn't hear it, LeBron James has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that he plans to play elsewhere this next season. LeBron and his agent, longtime agent, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul informed the Lakers the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. And I got thoughts on what this means for the Lakers. Good. The best case scenario for the Lakers. And they played this perfectly. The PR, we want Rob Pelinka and JJ Redick. We want LeBron back. We really feel like we can win a title. I don't know if they said we can win a title, but we really feel like our best chance of winning is with him and Luka and Austin Reeves together. BS. The Lakers they got to be ecstatic that LeBron is moving on. And it's not that he's washed up, or it's not LeBron can't help them anymore. LeBron is not as impactful at this stage in his career as Luka Doncic. Luka's top 5 player in the world. LeBron is going on 42. He's simply not that impactful. He's not a top 10 player anymore. I would still argue that LeBron James is a top 25 player. So again, this is good for the Lakers. We'll get there in just a moment. But everybody wants to know, where is LeBron going to go? Well, apparently, Rich Paul and LeBron, they have informed. They're sending out the messages. They're letting everybody know it's open season. It's open season. Anybody can get LeBron. It's the decision 3.0. Where is he going to take his talents? Well, I'm sure you might have a handful of teams that are fringe playoff contenders that could want LeBron, in theory. Let's be real. There's 2 places, and 2 places only, that LeBron is going to sign a contract with. He's an unrestricted free agent. He can go wherever he wants. He's only going to 2 spots. It's either to the Bay Area to team up with Steph, and I'm assuming they're going to bring back Draymond. And when Jimmy Butler comes back, and it's the Golden State Warriors for LeBron, or he's going back home to Cleveland. And if LeBron's playing one more year, is it just to ride off into the sunset, to have fun, team up with Steph, the guy that he's always gotten along with, guy that he's been rivals with, played in several NBA Finals against when he was with the Cavaliers? Does he want to team up with his good buddy Draymond? And do they want to have this unction that we talked about yesterday? Whether or not they can land a trade for Anthony Davis. And there was a lot of reports out there. The Washington Wizards have no plans to trade AD. It's very unlikely. And I believe it. And I think the Warriors know they're not getting AD because they re-signed Kristaps Porzingis yesterday. They wouldn't have done that if they thought they had a legitimate shot at Anthony Davis. So get AD out of the plans. Get him out of your head. The reports that were yesterday, LeBron's not going to Golden State unless they can get a trade for Anthony Davis. Yeah, yes. I'm calling BS on that. If LeBron goes to Golden State, it'll be him, Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond. And that, the Unk Four, the Fab Four, the Fantastic Four, the Retirement Home Four will try to make a run at a championship. And we talked about this yesterday on the show. Just how far do you think that's getting them? To the second round? Probably. Not past that. And that's if all of them stay healthy. LeBron, the hyperbaric chamber and all the technology. I'm not worried about LeBron staying healthy. Steph has had a couple of injuries over the last few years. I mean, this past season, remember the broken foot or the broken hand? I forget when they bottomed out a couple of years ago. And they came back and won a title in 2022. But I'm not necessarily worried about Steph getting hurt. And Draymond's seemingly been healthy. You got Jimmy Butler coming off a torn ACL, and then Porzingis, who's had this, I should say big 4. I guess you want to say a big 5, the whole starting 5. You throw Porzingis into the mix. I mean, he hasn't even been able to stay on the floor the last 2 years with that mysterious virus that he's had, the stomach issue. But it just feels like there's so much that can go wrong that even if they all stay healthy, let's say all 5 of those guys, LeBron, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, Porzingis, all healthy going into the playoffs. They're not winning a best of 7 against OKC. And they're not winning a best of 7 against San Antonio. They're too old. And I hate to be that guy. I don't want to be the ageist. I love the vets. I'm very reluctant as a sports fan. If I'm a neutral observer, if I don't have any skin in the fight, if I don't have a dog in the fight, I usually tend to pick if it's an older team versus a younger team, or in one-on-one sports, when it's an older player versus a younger player. And I was a big Roger Federer fan, but even then, like Nadal was his biggest rival in tennis, but like I hated Djokovic. I hated Novak Djokovic when Roger Federer was still playing, because Joker was taking all these titles away from Federer. And so when Federer retired and then Nadal retired, and I felt like I was going to continue to hate Djokovic, I gained an appreciation for him because he became the greatest of all time. He surpassed both Federer and Nadal for Grand Slam titles. And then when Alcaraz and Sinner now jumped up to the top and started taking his titles away from him, I was reluctant to root for Alcaraz and Sinner at first. Because not that it's a respect your elders thing, but too often in sports, we see the baton get passed too quickly. And whether it's actually too quickly or it's not too quickly, I think time speeds right by our very faces and our very eyes way faster than we think. And I mean, even then, think about 23 years of LeBron James. It has gone by in the blink of an eye, it feels like. I remember exactly where I was when LeBron got drafted, and then like the first couple of games of LeBron's career with the Cavaliers. I remember that vividly. It was 23 years ago. And his career's got 1 year left. And so don't get me wrong. I'm not an ageist. I'm not like, the young guys need to win. Enough of LeBron and Steph. They've had their time. No, like if it was up to me, I would want to watch another 5 years of LeBron and Steph Curry. They're two of the 15 greatest players of all time. And LeBron is, in my opinion, the second greatest player of all time behind Michael Jordan. I'm not ready to just rush him out the door. But again, let's be realistic. They're not winning a title. They're not getting to an NBA Finals. They're not taking out both OKC and San Antonio. You really want to start thinking of some miracles? You want to write yourself a Disney script how the Golden State Warriors with LeBron, Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond, and Porzingis could win a title? You'd have to have OKC or San Antonio, one of those teams, get wrought by a significant injury, like an SGA, torn Achilles, or a Wemby season-ending injury. And then you'd probably have to hope that the other team, again, if it was the Spurs or OKC that had a significant injury to their best player, and then you would also have to hope that the Lakers get on the other side of the Western Conference bracket and wouldn't have to play that other team until the conference finals, or that team gets somehow knocked out. Like, they're not beating both of them. So LeBron's best chance, and what I think he ultimately will do, because as much as he might say, and you get the Ramona Shelburnes and the Brian Windhorse of the world right now coming out, well, LeBron is this year is all about fun for him, and it's all about the love of the game, and it's all about family. Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? We know LeBron, as much as he might not have to prove a whole lot to anybody else anymore, we know he's ego-driven. We know that a lot of the ring culture started because of him. And right or wrong, you could hate all the big threes and big fours that have formed over the last 10, 15 years because of LeBron. You might think it's been good for the sport. Some of them have won. Some of them haven't. Some of them have failed miserably. You can't deny that LeBron is ego-driven to a certain extent. And in his final year, he's not going to play basketball at a place, at a city, in a new team, in a new franchise, just to have fun, just to enjoy the last year of his career because of his No, LeBron is going somewhere that he thinks he's got a legitimate chance to win a ring. And you know where that is? It also just happens to be back home, Cleveland, with the Cavaliers. Because the Eastern Conference, and I'm a diehard Knicks fan, and you know that I think no matter if LeBron goes to the Cavs, the Knicks are going back to the finals. So let me just make that clear. But the Eastern Conference is weaker than the West because of OKC and San Antonio. I still think Denver is a better team than the Warriors if LeBron goes there. I still think, hated the LaMelo Ball trade. I still think Minnesota's probably better. The Eastern Conference could be there for the taking. And again, I say that as a diehard Knicks fan that has all the confidence in the world that they could get back to a finals. But LeBron has 10 times of a better chance to try to get one more ring, one more title, and write his fairy tale script. And he could do it with the team, with the Cavs. Part 3. Because the Boston Celtics are dangling Jaylen Brown out in trade discussions. And so you think, oh, well, what about the Celtics? We need to re-examine how we're thinking about the Celtics. And even if they keep Jaylen Brown, they're not invincible. They're not the best team in the East. Who knows what the Pacers are going to look like this year with Halliburton coming back off a torn Achilles. They're a different team anyway. The Hawks, they had a great ending to the season, and they pushed the Knicks further than anybody. They won more games off the Knicks than anybody. But a Cleveland Cavaliers team with LeBron James and Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, and yes, even James Harden, as much as I think he's a losing player, that's the second best team in the East behind the Knicks. And we've seen in the playoffs, year after year, there's no repeat champs. Injuries happen. Anything can happen. LeBron's best chance to win in his final year, go back to the Eastern Conference where he made the finals, 9 years in a row, and get as close as he possibly can to winning a title. And the Cleveland Cavaliers right now have $42 million in terms of space until they're up against that second apron. $42 million to work with, and that does not include a potential contract extension with James Harden. He declined his player option yesterday. The thinking is he's going to rework a long-term deal, 2 to 3 years, with the Cleveland Cavaliers. That first year, they're going to structure it so that it's cheap, so that they can get him and they can get LeBron on a 1-year deal. And if it's LeBron at $30 million and James Harden year one's getting paid $12, and then the next 2 years after that are beefed out, or if the Cavaliers have to restructure a little bit, make a deal. Maybe who knows? Maybe Max Strus is on an expiring contract. Maybe they trade Max Strus to create a little bit of space. Maybe they trade Dennis Schroeder. Maybe they trade Sam Merrill. Like, the moves are there to be made where the Cavaliers, with Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, and Jared Allen, they can rework a deal for James Harden and they can add LeBron. And to me, it's a no-doubter. And again, if you think, don't get it twisted and don't get bogged down with all these reports. And there is going to be messages that are sent by agents and by LeBron's trusted folks, Windhorst, Shelburne, Rich Paul. Teams will send out, there's going to be a lot for LeBron at 42, where he's not even, again, he's probably he's in between the 20th and 25th best player. It's LeBron James. You're going to see a lot of sparks fly, a lot of smoke signals on what's going to happen in free agency with him. This team's interested. LeBron might go here, but LeBron might go there. Some of it might be leverage. I just think a lot of it is they're going to drum up as much drama during the summer, during July, when the NFL has not had training camp yet. We're still a couple weeks away from that. Baseball is baseball. The All-Star break will lead for a day or two. The World Cup's going on. But as much as LeBron can be at the front headlines over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and I think it probably does take about 2 weeks for him to make this decision, they're going to do everything they can, his circle, his people, the powers that be in the NBA, Shams Charania, to make sure he's the front headline. And so you're going to probably hear some teams, but I'm telling you, Pat Boyle is telling you there's 2 teams and 2 teams only. It's Golden State and it's Cleveland. And I think LeBron is wasting his final year by going to Golden State. Could be fun. Maybe you make a nice 30 for 30. You make a couple of documentaries out of it. You know, you do Hollywood, little movie. You get the folks in Silicon Valley. You know, LeBron invests in some other stuff. He makes more generational wealth. He sets himself up for another 800 years of his bloodline. If he goes to Golden State and he's in the Bay Area and he plays with Steph and Draymond and it's all fun, they're not winning jack. He has a legit shot to win, to get to an NBA Finals in his last year if he joins Cleveland. 310-840-4910. That's the phone number to join. Where do you think LeBron should sign? Cleveland, Golden State, or somewhere else? You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. The big news, LeBron moving on from the Lakers. We can hit the Lakers standpoint again in more detail as well. We also got to get to the Kawhi Leonard trade. He's going back to Toronto. So a lot to do, and free agency has now officially started in the NBA. So this is going to be a jam-packed show, wire to wire. We'll have breaking news. We'll have updates, all the big signings over the next 5+ hours for you right here. You're listening to BetMGM tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44, but the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. We're just getting rolling. The Glass Man joins me next. PJ Glasser. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
Late games. Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The Glass Man's with me, working overtime today. This guy's doing shows on shows on shows. PJ, what's going on, brother? Good to have you, man.
Pat, good to see you. Had so much fun yesterday talking Wimbledon, World Cup, NBA, MLB. I decided, wanted to do it again. And we're going to do it a couple more times this week, too. So looking forward to that. And, yeah, man, awesome day. I enjoyed listening to the end of that first segment where you were talking about LeBron. And I agree with you. If he doesn't go to the Warriors or the Cavs at this point, I'll be pretty shocked. I think it's going to be Golden State. I just feel like that part of Cleveland, like that chapter, Pat, I think is closed for LeBron. He won his championship. He went back. He did what he needed to do. I just don't think there's any need to go back again. I understand he's from there. Maybe he wants to retire there and all those sorts of things. But I just think he closed that chapter of his life. You know, he started with Cleveland. He went to Miami. He considered those years his college years because he never got to experience that. He won his couple rings. Then he went back home because he felt he owed it to his city, to his fans to win it. He did. And I kind of think that's it. So I don't think he's going back. I think he's going to Golden State. But I agree with you. If it's not the Cavs or the Warriors, like I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't go anywhere else.
310-840-4910. If you want to weigh in, you can call, you can text. Where do you think LeBron should sign? Where do you think he ends up? Cleveland, Golden State, or somewhere else? PJ, I'm seeing a lot of Heat fans get excited that maybe he could come back to Miami. I don't see it happening. I don't see that dynamic with him and Giannis working out. That's just, I mean, we're just saying Miami just for the sake of it, just because they made the big Giannis deal. And like Miami obviously would need to add another piece to really feel like they could be a contender. But like, come on. I mean, he just, for all the reasons you said about he did the Cleveland thing, he did the Miami thing. He ain't going to go back to Miami.
Agreed.
Like, there's more sentimental value with going to Golden State for the first time and playing with Draymond and Steph than there would be going back to Miami just to play with Giannis. I mean, they're in a lot of ways Pat, similar players to one another.
And look, you and I both know, I mean, conversations have been going on a while. And don't you think Rich Paul and his people have been talking, and Steve Kerr, there was uncertainty about whether he was going to come back and whether they were going to extend him. Well, LeBron just played in the Olympics with Steve Kerr and Team USA basketball. He also played with Steph Curry. I think he really enjoyed that experience. Kerr comes back. Draymond obviously now willing to take a pay cut. Just kind of all these corresponding moves that have been happening, I don't think really have been by accident. He gets to stay in California, hour flight back to LA to see his family. And he's talked about for years when he's been teaming up with Steph in the All-Star game, how much he loves the fact that he gets to play with them. He got to experience that at the Olympics. They win gold. And I think the fact that both of those guys have 4 rings and both of them want to win one more and each can help the other get their 5th, I think is another big selling point for LeBron to head to Golden State. So, yeah, like Miami, Pat, again, he's been there. He's done that. That's Giannis's team now. I tell you the other team, though, that could be really interesting, and I don't think he goes there, but if he really, truly does want to win a ring, I think San Antonio's got to be an option. You got those great young players. We all saw it in the finals. We all agree. The entire series was the experience of the Knicks. The Spurs were up double digits in every game. They had a fourth quarter lead in every game. They couldn't close. You bring LeBron in. Wemby's the number one. He's there as the veteran presence, and I think he would fit in perfectly with San Antonio. I don't think he goes there, but if he truly wants to win a ring, I think that potentially could be another landing spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, San Antonio is a potential option. It's like, do they want him though? And again, last segment, I said I still think LeBron is probably between 20th and 25th best player in the NBA. Even now, 41 going on 42 years old. Like the San Antonio, do they want him on the team? Do they want that chemistry potentially being disrupted? And
that's the big question, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard for me to say, like, because I'm thinking about it, like, is there any way LeBron makes the Spurs worse? I can't imagine. But I mean, I still think a lot of LeBron and his decisions and this decision will be ego driven. He's getting out of LA because he knows he can't win a title with them. And also he doesn't want to live in Luka's shadow. He knows he's not the guy. He knows it's not his team. That's Luka's team now.
Right.
Does he want to go and be in Wemby's shadow? And like have to defer to Wemby on everything? Even though LeBron is 41 going on 42, this is probably his final year. He can't single-handedly win a title by himself anymore. Like, does that mean he's just going to go and be Wemby's lackey? If you will? I just don't see it happening for that reason.
That's fair. And yeah, again, the only team that he would go to where he would defer to the other guy is Steph, because you're talking about another one of the all-time greats. He's been there forever. And LeBron probably respects Steph more than or as much as anybody else in the league, which is why that would be the only other team. Cleveland obviously makes sense because, I mean, with Mitchell and Harden being there and LeBron being from Akron and that being his city, then he would ultimately be the guy. But I don't know, Pat. I feel like he's closed that chapter. I just don't think he would go back again, especially even with him there. I don't think that puts him over the edge if they re-sign Harden. I know you were saying like you think they could automatically compete and be a contender with the Knicks in the East. I still don't feel that way because it's Mitchell and Harden at the end of the day. I mean, I just think those two guys are too much to overcome. You talk about LaMelo Ball being a losing player, and I agree with you. I feel that way about Harden and Mitchell. It's what those guys have shown. So even as well as LeBron is playing at this stage in his career, he's just not the guy that he is that can drop you 30 to 35 every night. He's more the guy that can get you 18, 19, 20, 8 and 8 kind of thing. And I just don't know if those guys can do enough around him. So Golden State would be the team that I really think he ends up there.
I do agree that the spacing and the usage would be a huge question mark to figure out for Cleveland. And look, maybe they tell James Harden, look, kick rocks, man. You declined your player option. Now we want LeBron. We want you. Sure. That's what I said the Cavaliers should have done. Right after they were getting crushed by my Knicks. Tell James Harden, take a freaking hike and drop him and grab and add LeBron. But there was a chance that they could rework a deal for James Harden and get LeBron. I know a lot of people think that if the Cavs get LeBron, it would be a sign and trade and they would have to trade away Jared Allen. I don't necessarily even think that's the case, but even if it is, okay, LeBron, it's 1 year of LeBron versus the next 5-6 years of Jared Allen. And I know he had that big game 7 in the first round and he had another big game 7 against Orlando, but you have Evan Mobley. He's a better defender and he's a better scorer than Jared Allen. So whether it means keeping or getting rid of Jared Allen, I still think it's, okay, who's got the ball in their hands between Spida, who can play without it? It would mostly just be who's got the ball in their hands between James Harden and LeBron. And so I agree. Who's got the rock would be an issue, but I still think they can find a way to make it work. And LeBron doesn't necessarily need to have the ball in his hands. And right. It would work with Steph very well because Steph obviously never needs the ball in his hands for Golden State. But yeah, I keep coming back to it's either Cleveland or it's Golden State. And if he wants a serious chance of competing for a title in what was probably going to be his final year, he's got to go to Cleveland because it ain't happening with Golden State.
It's funny you bring up just maybe telling Harden to just kick rocks and not come back. All these Anthony Davis to the Warriors trade rumors, and I know Mark Spears about an hour ago put out a report that the Wizards are done listening to any talks about trading for Anthony Davis. I think Cleveland can give them one of the better packages. And if LeBron does want to play with AD again, as a Wizards fan, man, I'll take Evan Mobley. I'll take Jared Allen. You know what I mean? I'll take some of your draft picks, all these sorts of things, especially Mobley. I would probably need Mobley in the deal. But if Cleveland wants to go in that direction where they want to bring LeBron back and they got to meet his demands and he wants to play with AD, they are one of the teams that could definitely entice the Wizards because Mobley would be a very interesting piece. They do have draft capital. So if they wanted to go that route, they could potentially do so. But it's going to be fun, Pat, to see how this unfolds. The reports are that LeBron's in no rush, and I believe it. I think he's going to take his time to make this decision of where he wants to end his career. But it's fun to think about the possibilities. And then I know we're going to get into it, but you just see Kawhi Leonard go back to Toronto, and that just even ramps everything up more and more so with, is LeBron going to Miami? Is LeBron going to Cleveland? So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, well, 310-840-4910. Let's actually, before we get to Kawhi, let's get to a couple of LeBron calls here. Steven is in LA, in Los Angeles, first up on BetMGM tonight. Steven is on line one. Go ahead, Steven. How you doing?
You're doing good. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to make a comment on the LeBron fans who was upset that he wasn't appreciated in LA. We as the Laker fans, we should think about it as the legend, and he should be on a statue like the other Lakers are at Crypto.com. Come on, come in. We're talking about, unfortunately for him and for his fan, the Lakers have such a strong tradition and the Mount Rushmore of the Lakers. Who you going to take out if you want him in the Mount Rushmore of the Lakers only after 8 years and 1 championship? We got lifers. We got lives like Jerry West, the logo, like Magic, like Kobe, and even, the other people. Kareem played most of his years in the Lakers, and he won 5 championships. So, and Shaq with the 3-peat and the most of the dominant center of the early 2000s. So when the butthurts LeBron friends call and say, well, he should be a legend, he should be in the Mount Rushmore, who are they going to take in out to make their point from the Lakers legends so that he could be in the Lakers Mount Rushmore? And the answer is none, because they can't. Just because of the Lakers, they got too many great players in their Mount Rushmore, and he cannot crack it.
Yeah, Steven, great call, man. Appreciate the phone call and your comments. I agree. I mean, I don't think that's really even a debate, right? PJ, LeBron is never going to be remembered as a Laker. It's either, I mean, it's maybe it's half Cleveland and half Miami, but yeah, I mean, you're not who are you taking out of the Lakers Mount Rushmore? He's not going over Kobe. He's not going over Magic. He's not going over Kareem. And I would probably say Jerry West and Shaquille O'Neal, and hell, even Wilt. Wilt, who spent his peak years obviously elsewhere, but he played, he helped the Lakers to their first LA title in 72. He was a 4-time All-Star with LA. So you can make the debate that Wilt Chamberlain as a Laker is more impactful than LeBron James as a Laker. LeBron did win the 1 title. He's an All-Star every year. He's in the top 10 in just about every major Lakers franchise record. But yeah, no, he's not on the Mount Rushmore. And I don't think Lakers fans need to worry about, not that they didn't show enough appreciation for LeBron. He won you a title. That's great. He's one of the second greatest player of all time, but he's never going to be remembered as a Laker. No chance.
Totally agree. If this was baseball where, they put the caps on all the players that go into the Hall of Fame, LeBron's getting the Cav or the Heat cap before he gets the Laker cap. That's going to be the third team that people think of when they think of his career, because Miami is where he won the first 2 rings and he was at really the peak of his powers. Cleveland wins one of the great all-time rings. He had 2 stints there, started his career, then he goes back and he wins the title. And again, even though he was with the Lakers for 8 years, it's just, it's not the same as it was with those other stops. And again, the Mount Rushmore, the quality of players the Lakers have had in their franchise history, as great as LeBron is, I totally agree with the caller that I would not put him on the Mount Rushmore either.
Yeah. I'd probably going in, like you said, if it was the Baseball Hall of Fame, he's probably going in with a Cavalier hat because he started there. He's from Cleveland. He came back and won the title. And that was one of the greatest titles that I could remember, like coming from 3-1 down against Golden State, against that dynasty, against that super team, the 73 win Warriors. That's one of the great titles of all time. He's going in as a Cavalier. 310-840-48-910. Let's get to Mike, who's in Tucson, next up on BetMGM tonight. Mike is on line 2. What's going on, Mike?
Hi, guys. I'd like to see LeBron go to Cleveland because if he can finish up there and win him another championship, he's got carte blanche anywhere he wants to go. I think that if he goes to Golden State, the only thing he's going to help is the team's age average.
Yeah,
that's true.
That is true. That is true, Mike. PJ, you want to answer Mike's phone call first?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's not wrong. That's true. Between him, Curry, and Draymond, they're going to be up there in age. And I understand, like a lot of people, if LeBron were to win another title in Cleveland and elevate those guys around him and able to do it at this age, it would do a lot for his legacy in the eyes of a lot of people. Pat, like you were just talking about, it's one of the great title runs you've ever seen. The first two that automatically come to mind in the last 20, 25 years are his ring with Cleveland when they beat that 73 Warriors team, and then Dirk's when he won it with Dallas against LeBron's Miami team and all the teams that he went to go through. I think those are the two best in recent history that come to mind. I just don't know how you can top that. Now, he could go back, and again, if he goes through the Knicks and then he beats one of those teams in the West, that would be incredibly impressive. You get to ride off in the sunset your final year. I get all that as enticing, but it's realistic that probably just doesn't happen. And I think he's just better. Like he said his goodbye to Cleveland. He went back to do what he needed to do. And me personally, I just don't think he's going to go back and then open up that chapter again in his life, but maybe he does. I don't think it happens.
310-840-4910. Really quickly, let's get a text message in here. We've got 541 number texting in. Did he screw the Lakers at all by waiting till Giannis signed in Miami? Giannis got traded to Miami, but get what you mean. And then the text message finishes, will LA have targeted him? No, I don't think LA was ever in the mix for Giannis. I don't think they were ever thinking of pairing Luka with Giannis, and they didn't have the trade capital to give the Milwaukee Bucks what they would have wanted to get a Giannis trade, right? PJ, there was almost nothing. LA, they don't have a ton of draft picks, and they don't have the young players that Miami does. So I don't think LA would have ever been able to field a competitive offer for Giannis.
Yeah, I'm with you. Giannis to LA was never in the cards. So I think those two things are totally separate. And I do think LeBron gave the Lakers some heads up. Again, he's been there with 8 years. His son's still on the team. He's got a good relationship with Redick in the front office. So I think they've kind of known about this a little bit, and this wasn't some big surprise where today he just woke up and told them that he wasn't coming back.
310-840-4910. So we'll continue to ask you, where should LeBron sign for what could be his final year? Cleveland, Golden State, or elsewhere? I say Cleveland. PJ thinks the Warriors. 310-840-4910. We still got to get to the Kawhi Leonard trade. We will do that. We're also going to talk to Evan Giddings, host at 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area. And we're going to talk Warriors and what he thinks about LeBron potentially going to the Bay Area coming up at the top of the hour. But when we come back, we're going to go streaking. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, He's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb by Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension?
When the game live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM tonight.
You're up.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get back to your phone calls and your texts in just a bit. Also, programming note, we're going to talk to Evan Giddings coming up at the top of the hour. Hosted our sister station, 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area, to talk about the Warriors and LeBron James and what the next couple of days could look like for the Dubs. You looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Alrighty. PJ's lengthy streak might have finally come to an end yesterday, but we've got a potential shot at a streak of 4 for yours truly. And we've got a loaded slate of baseball to deal with on the final night of June. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Alrighty, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit in tonight's games. I've got the longest active streak. Well, the guys working on the crew tonight, me, PJ, Zach Kroll. Of course, Brad has that record-setting 15-game streak. He's on vacation until next week, so we wait for him to come back. But for now, I got the longest active streak at 3. I'm trying to make it 4 tonight. I'm going to Toronto. Give me Juan Soto. The Mets are god-awful, but at least Soto still hitting like an MVP candidate. He's hitting .301 on the season, and he's going up against Kevin Gausman tonight, the Blue Jays starter. Soto lifetime 8 for 17 against Gausman. That's a .471 average. Soto also on a mini 3-game hitting streak, and he's gotten a hit in 9 of his last 11 games and 16 of his last 19. So he's red hot. I will take Soto to get a knock tonight for the New York Mets. PJ, Freddie Freeman did you in last night, but you're still 12 for 14 lifetime. That's pretty good. So looking to start a new streak tonight. Who are you rocking with?
I'm going to go with Bobby Witt Jr. tonight in Royals and Rays. The total in that game is 10, which tells me that there are going to be some runs at the K tonight because that is usually a pitcher's park, and you normally don't see too many 10s. So I'm just going to take the best hitter in that game, Bobby Witt Jr. going up against Griffin Jacks for Tampa Bay to get us back on track. So I'll take Bobby Witt, the hit machine.
All right, beautiful. Combs, you went with your Cubby, your MVP. He got you on a fresh streak, so you're looking to make it 2 in a row now tonight. Who are you choosing for your batter?
Yes, sir. I'm going to go with Xavier Edwards of the Miami Marlins going up against the Colorado Rockies. Xavier Edwards, a .300 average on the road, has 9 hits in his last 6 games, and has hit in every game against the Rockies this season. 5 hits to be exact in 4 games played. So I'm going to go with Xavier Edwards to get it done again today.
All right, beautiful. And our guy Zach Kroll is filling in for our VP Monty, Michael Montgomery. Zach got a knock yesterday with Tyler Freeman, and he's going to the good man. He's going back to, I think, that same game. He was on Marlins Rockies yesterday, and he's going back to Marlins Rockies, and he's going with Hunter Goodman at Coors Field. The Rockies 3-hitter hitting .245 on the season. And on the mound tonight for the Marlins is Yuri Perez. So Zach got a knock yesterday, and he is going to try to make it 2 in a row with Hunter Goodman tonight. Let's see. We could probably, no, we had a caller on hold, but they just dropped off. So we got about 45 seconds here, PJ. We've got about 45 seconds to go in this France-Sweden game. And Mbappe, 2 goals, France 3-0, just destruction. They're going into the round of 16, and boy, they look scary. And they get to play Paraguay next instead of Germany, so you might as well book them a spot in the quarters, right?
Yeah, that's a great point as well. It was 3-0, Pat. It could have been 5 or 6-0. They look great. Their offense is clicking right now. For them to lose, quite frankly, somebody's going to have to get lucky. They're just going to have to be off, and they're going to just have to score kind of a garbage goal. They hit the post a couple times tonight. They'll need that moving forward if you're the opposition, but they're the betting favorite, and deservedly so, man. They are the team to beat.
Yep, so they win 3-0. They're going to play Paraguay in the round of 16. The other round of 16 game that is set, Canada, Morocco, and Brazil versus Norway. We'll get into a little World Cup later on, but we're talking to Evan Giddings next on BetMGM tonight.
This is Westwood.
Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams, I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase, Higgins, and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh.
welcome on back to BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. I got the Glass Man with me again, filling in for Brad Evans. Brad off on vacation all this week. PJ's going to be in for Brad for most of this week. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Tuesday night get-together kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, first hour of the show is all about LeBron leaving LA to pursue one final opportunity with one new franchise. Or is it a franchise he's already been to before? To get the scoop on a potential new home in San Francisco in the Bay Area, we go to the guest line and we bring in Evan Giddings, who's a host at our sister station, 97 The Game in the Bay Area. He's also a play-by-play voice for ESPN. You can find him on Twitter at GiddingsEvan. Evan, it's Pat and PJ. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
Oh, what's going on, guys? I mean, I know our decisions during the day aren't as big as LeBron's this coming week, but I'm happy to be joining in. Hopefully it ends up being in San Francisco because I don't know if you paid attention to the Warriors when what they were last year, but it certainly was not much, and LeBron would be the best thing that's happened to them, and that's in the last couple of years.
Yeah, so right off the bat, Evan, how realistic do you think it is that LeBron is going to sign with the Warriors and team up with Steph?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was pretty skeptical of this and have been for the last, it feels like 2 years that they've been trying to get this rodeo off the ground. You know, it dates basically back to the 2024 trade deadline when they tried to move Klay Thompson in an attempt to get off him in his last year. And in that upcoming summer, he eventually ended up going to Dallas, but the Lakers were a team that he was interested in. And so, you know, this dates back a couple of years that Joe Lacob has made it very public, the owner of the Warriors, that he is interested in the services of LeBron James. And of course, the difference is now they would not have to trade anything for him. LeBron's a free agent. So the moment that Shams Charania this morning dropped that bomb that LeBron James is becoming a free agent for just, you know, the second time in his career, I think everybody in the Bay Area's eyes perked and their ears perked up. Their eyes got big because I think there's legitimate reason to believe that LeBron James could be a Golden State Warrior. To me, following the tea leaves, I think that there's 4 teams. I know 3 have been reported in the Warriors along with the Cavaliers and the Miami Heat. I do think a team that could, depending on how they stagger the next couple of days, the Clippers could also be involved if LeBron doesn't want to leave Los Angeles. But if I was to slice up the pie, let's say 100%, I would say, honestly, the Warriors right now would be the front runner to me at 35%. The second next team would be the Cleveland Cavaliers at about 25%. Miami gets 20%, and the Clippers get the rest. I think they're kind of that dark horse team that no one's talking about yet. But I think the Warriors right now, as things stand today, they're the front runners because they're the only team that has taken the necessary steps in advance of this news dropping to clear space for LeBron. And that was done by Draymond Green yesterday when he declined his player option. So I think right now they're ahead. And it remains to be seen whether or not he ends up choosing them in the long run.
Yeah, Evan, I agree with you. I think he ends up in Golden State, so I'm interested to see if that is what ends up happening. Do you get the sense that the Warriors are all in on trying to make this happen and they don't really have a B or a C plan? Or do you think that they're really going to try and go after somebody, maximize this window that they have left with Steph? So if it's not LeBron, do you think they try and take a swing and maybe go after somebody else?
I don't, because that's not really been the Warriors' style the past few seasons. And honestly, that's probably why they're in the position they are, where they won 37 games last year with an aging and largely injured roster. The only big move that they've made the past couple of seasons, I would qualify as big, would be the trade for Jimmy Butler. And that was a move where, you know, if you recall, Jimmy Butler did not want to be a Golden State Warrior. They threw 120 M's at him because it was all he could get. He originally wanted to go to Phoenix. So I think the Warriors were a bit of a product of circumstance in that position. And this is kind of a similar spot where I think LeBron did not want to be a part of the Lakers. They wanted to move on from him. And he's looking for his next landing spot where he can have some control and some influence. And the Warriors are a destination, along with the fact they have a veteran core, an Olympic coach he played for a couple summers ago, a place where he can be comfortable in his 23rd NBA season. So I think they are a bit of a product of circumstance for LeBron here. And I think that the Warriors are going all in on him as much as they can. And after that, it might be a middling move. They re-signed Porzingis for 2 years. They brought back Horford for 2 years. I think then they're going to try and kickstart things because they've cleared a lot of cap space for 2027, where they're in the bottom 5 currently of teams with cap space, if you look at next year's books. So I'm not really sure what else that they can do. The big guys are off the board. I don't think they can swing a trade for Jaylen Brown. Kawhi just went to Toronto. Outside of that, they've lost out on Giannis. LeBron seems like the last big sweepstakes. If they're trying to ride things to Disneyland, if they're trying to get a one-way ticket to Disneyland with a hotel, food, drinks included, LeBron James is the last guy on the board that can make that happen for them.
What do you get the sense is happening with Draymond? Do you think he's definitely coming back? It's just going to be on a cheaper deal and he's waiting to see what happens with LeBron and how free agency plays out the next couple of weeks? Or do you think there is a chance with or without LeBron that Draymond potentially could be on the move? What do you see happening with him?
I don't think it's necessarily dependent on the LeBron James decision. I do think that Draymond will be back for next season. There's no way that he would turn down $27.5 million unless he thought that he was going to get something more, particularly from the Warriors or perhaps from another team. I just don't see that happening. And I think that the Warriors had an agreement with him that he would decline. They would figure out if they could court LeBron, if they could court maybe another smaller player, perhaps swing a trade. There's a few restricted free agents out there that are potentially enticing. But I think that Draymond had an idea that, all right, Bron is available. He's going to be a free agent, and I would be happy to take less if it means LeBron James gets to join my team and they help play meaningful basketball together. And maybe more importantly to both of them, Clutch gets to take over in some sense what the Warriors are doing. So Clutch with a K, that is. And I think that Draymond, there's a chance that he's not on the team 365 days from now. I think there's potential for the Warriors, depending on if the season gets derailed, if guys get hurt. Maybe we find out Draymond is inevitably cooked. I think there's a possibility they move on from him either at the deadline this upcoming season or next summer, but he will absolutely be on the team on day one. The only question is LeBron going to be along with him, and how much of the cash cow does that make Draymond Green? I think it'll probably be somewhere in that Porzingis range. I would imagine 2 years, maybe the last one's a player option in a $40 million range.
We're talking to Evan Giddings here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. And Evan is a host at 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area. He's a play-by-play voice for ESPN as well. He's the 49ers pregame show host. And you can find him on Twitter at Giddings7. We're talking all things LeBron and the Warriors right now. Evan, whether or not they get LeBron, we know the Warriors are bringing back Porzingis. You mentioned it. That news came in last night, 2 years, $40 million. Before I ask you about Kristaps himself, does this mean, in your opinion, that it's very unlikely now that AD gets traded to Golden State? Because that was a hot rumor about 24 hours ago.
It was. I never bought that, though. I told you I was skeptical about LeBron. To me, that's more just about him being willing to go from $52 million per year to $15 million, which is what the Warriors and a lot of other teams can offer him with their mid-level exception. But AD, I never bought. I always thought that was a power play, a leverage move by Clutch and by Rich Paul to get Anthony Davis what he wants, which is as close to a max contract offer as possible from the Washington Wizards. I think that's the only reason that they acquired him in the first place, because just logistically, if the Warriors did trade for Anthony Davis, is something they have not signaled at all, the past couple of years. I mentioned how they've been interested in LeBron for the last 2 years. There's been no such rumors or whispers about Anthony Davis. The thing with AD is if they traded for him now, they wouldn't be able to offer him that extension that he has been searching for. It feels like the last year and a half. They wouldn't be able to offer that to him for 6 months. And so I don't think that Clutch would be interested in that. I don't think AD would be interested in that. It would leave him open to being traded at the deadline. It would leave him open to not getting that extension. And then what the Warriors would have to give up just to acquire him, to not sign him, it just never added up. You would have to give up at least 2 first-round picks. I think the Warriors, since they don't have a talent like a Brandon Ingram, or even, maybe Pajemski's in the Grady Dick range, but I'm looking at that offer that Kawhi got or was able to fetch for the Clippers. The Warriors, I don't think, would give up 2 first-round picks and a pick swap for Anthony Davis, and the Washington Wizards wouldn't take anything less than that because they would have to get Jimmy Butler as a swap who's playing with one leg right now. So I never bought Anthony Davis, and I don't think the Warriors were at all interested in him from the start. I think it's been LeBron James, and Anthony Davis was a name thrown in there by Clutch and by Rich Paul to try and get his guys some cash.
That makes a lot of sense. That definitely makes a lot of sense. Evan, are you worried about Porzingis? Just to turn it back to Kristaps Porzingis now. Are you worried about him not ever being consistently healthy enough to stay on the floor with his POTS diagnosis? The illness that has plagued him now for almost 2 years. This is a decently sized risk here for Golden State to bring him back.
Oh, hell yeah, I am. I mean, take out the POTS. The guy hasn't played a full season since he tore his Achilles his 3rd year in the league. I mean, it hasn't just been the illness that no one's been able to find out how exactly to cure it or get rid of it for good. It's been the fact that he's been an injury-prone 7'4" unicorn for virtually his entire career. So I think they dropped the number from 30 million to 20. That didn't necessarily shock me. I didn't have a problem with the number of the contract. But Porzingis is a guy that, I think the Celtics showed you in a perfect world how he is able to help you be a successful team, which is you load manage him throughout the year, you get into the playoffs, and he is talented enough to win you a playoff game. He did it in Game 1 of the 2024 NBA Finals, when Boston was victorious. And I think that he's a guy that is, in a Western Conference with a lot of big centers. He is someone that the Warriors certainly need to get healthy. I don't have a ton of confidence that he's going to play more than 45 or 50 games, but he, along with Horford, did this in Boston a few years ago, and I think that's what the Warriors are banking on. That's another reason why Anthony Davis, to me, was never an option. You cannot have 3 frontline starters in your front court that are all injury-prone and that are not going to play more than 50 or 60 games, and then you're relying on a bunch of rookies or two-way guys. So I think Porzingis is one of those, low risk, high reward type of plays, and the Warriors will try and fill out the roster with a lot of swing men and wings that can potentially play 4 or 5, and they'll try and slug their way through 6 months.
Evan, let's talk about Steph Curry. He's 38 years old. How many more good years do you think Steph has in the NBA?
That's the $1 million question. That's the question that no one can answer, because what should have scared everybody last year is the fact that Steph admitted from his own mouth that this is the new normal. And does new normal mean runner's knee? Does new normal mean missing multiple months, the tail end of a season? Does new normal mean not being able to play back-to-backs? These are all questions that he and the Warriors medical staff, which is one of the best of the league, they're going to have to answer. And to be honest, we could talk about LeBron coming to Golden State, Porzingis staying healthy, some of the young guys taking steps, Axel Lendeborg being a polished rookie right out of the gate. None of it really matters if 30 is not his elite self. And I think that's what the Warriors are trying to protect themselves by, going for a LeBron or some type of talent that is short-term. They don't have anybody on the books beyond next season, and that includes Steph Curry. He is contract extension eligible in August. I think the Warriors are going to figure something out. But this idea that Steph has better days ahead of him, I think the Warriors have to be very careful with just assuming that at age 38, when he's already done, for his height, for his size, for his age, for his position, he's already done things that are completely unprecedented. So everything he does beyond now is kind of mysterious waters. And I think the Warriors are hoping that he can return to his elite form, but primarily saving that for March, April, and May, and hopefully even June one last time.
We're talking to Evan Giddings here on BetMGM tonight. He is a host on our sister station, 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area, play-by-play voice for ESPN, and also the 49ers pregame show host. You can find him on Twitter at GittingsEvan. Evan, do you think, we're talking about the end of the line here coming in the next year or two. for a lot of this Golden State core. How about Steve Kerr? Do you think Steve Kerr leaves when Steph retires / moves on from Golden State? Or do you think that no matter what, this could be the final year for Kerr?
I mean, that's another one where before this year, I would have said, yes, he's going to go out with Steph. And I would have said that wholeheartedly. But I don't know if you guys read Wright Thompson's, 50-page memoir on the final months of Steve Kerr's, what we thought was going to be his tenure in Golden State. Steve Kerr said he was done in the middle of the season, and then he came back and signed for 2 more years. So I feel like Steve he plays it pretty close to the vest, and he's a guy that, depending on the situation and timing, is able to give it a go and is, kind of as long as possible. I know he loves coaching. I think he's very passionate about the Warriors organization. He certainly loves Steph, but the change of heart is something that I feel like could take him in a direction where he might be done after this year and call it quits, not wanting the extra year. Maybe he coaches for 2 more seasons. Maybe he signs on for more than that. Or maybe the Warriors just decide that, hey, Steve, if this goes down the drain again, you're not the coach for us because we got to start to get younger and moving in that direction to rebuild this thing. And they feel like there's better options out there. So I think that Steve Kerr is tied pretty closely to the hip of Steph, and I would even throw Draymond in that category. But one thing we learned about him this year is he is even more unpredictable than we think, which is kind of the state of the franchise at this point. I think he is very symbolic of where the Warriors are. And Steve Kerr is someone who could decide to hang him up tomorrow, the year after, 5 years from now. And everyone in Golden State, I think, would be okay with it because he's a legend.
Evan, this is a loaded NBA draft class. The Warriors end up with Axel Vandenborg. There were a ton of freshmen, but the Warriors end up getting a guy who played 6 years in college basketball, who's got a ton of experience. What kind of player does the organization feel like they're getting? And how excited are Warriors fans to get the national champion?
Well, they're pretty pumped. Now, I think they may have been slightly more pumped if Braden Burries was there at 11, but he was obviously selected by the Milwaukee Bucks at number 10. I kind of think that Burries was the guy they wanted. They always look for cerebral players. In my opinion, he was the most well-rounded freshman in the draft. He happened to go to Arizona, which is Steve Kerr's alma mater, so he saw him up close. I know that Dunleavy and Lacob, the GM and owner, were both at that Elite Eight game in San Jose to take an even closer look at him, as well as at Yaxel. Yaxel is a guy I think they're excited about, and he's certainly the most polished player. One thing I thought was interesting about him is the Warriors had him rated as the most ready now player in the draft outside of Burries and Cam Boozer. So that obviously tells you that they feel like he's ready to contribute now, maybe even more than a DeBancha or a Darren Peterson, as crazy as that sounds. So they're very high on him. We interviewed him on the station a couple of days ago. He's very polished. I think he's ready to roll. I'm very curious, though, to see how they use him if the Warriors acquire LeBron James, because as much as he's going to have to play, if Jimmy Butler comes back, if Moses Moody comes back, Steve Kerr has a history of playing older guys over rookies and even guys that are coming back from long absences. That was the issue with Wiggins over Kuminga in 2024. So Vandenborg, I think, is going to help them immediately. But my biggest question about him is how much he's going to help them if and when the Warriors have a horde of wings that play the same position.
Talking to Evan Giddings for another minute here on BetMGM tonight. All right, Evan, last one. So let's say LeBron comes to the Warriors, and it's LeBron, Steph. Once Jimmy Butler comes back, you got Jimmy, Porzingis, and Draymond comes back as well. What is the ceiling for that team? How far is that team getting in the playoffs this year?
Oh, how far they're getting to the playoffs? If they're healthy, I think they can win a round. I don't think it changes things wholesale for the Warriors. But I think the goal for this team is to get into playoffs. And from there, similar to a couple of years ago, maybe you catch a young up-and-coming team like Houston. Portland's going to hopefully take a step this season, even though they got a whole lot going on with John Morant now on the team. Maybe a team like Utah takes a big step. There's more experience at the top, obviously, but, maybe injuries happen. I just think the Warriors are looking for an opportunity for their legends to maybe have one final swing at it. And no offense, the play-in game last season against the Clippers was not it. So I think they're looking for one more 7-game series to kind of prove to themselves that they can get to the plate, take a big hack. Maybe they hit a home run. Maybe they knock a double to the gap. Maybe they strike out, but they just want one last shot. And that's why I think LeBron James is that lifeline that they're trying to throw in the water to give Steph, Draymond, Kerr one more, give them one more shot in the sun, so to speak. And I think that would be qualified to me as a successful season.
All right, Evan, we appreciate the time, man. I know it's an exciting day for a lot of Dubs fans and in the Bay Area, and the possible addition of LeBron James in the next coming days or weeks here is going to have a lot of excitement about this next season. We appreciate the time, man. Looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Anytime, boys. Take it easy.
Thanks, Evan. There you go. Evan Giddings, pregame show host for the 49ers, host at 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area. Play-by-play voice for ESPN. You can follow him on Twitter at GiddingsEvan. Let's grab a quick phone call here before we head to a break because, again, this first hour and a half of the show has been the big news. LeBron James moving on from the Los Angeles Lakers. Is he going to the Warriors? Is he going to the Cavaliers? Is he going elsewhere? Tony in Miami wants to weigh in. He's next up on BetMGM tonight. Tony's on line one. What's up, Tone?
Yeah, you don't even like saying it. But, in all reality, where does LeBron want to go? Does he just want to go somewhere and play? No, he wants to go somewhere to win a championship, right? I don't think that you're doing that in Golden State. I mean, first of all, I don't think he wants to play with Jimmy Butler. And then besides Clay, who else do they have? And then you think about it, does he want to return to Cleveland? Jared Allen is going to have to go if that happens. And again, does he want to play with Harden? Again, I don't think so. The strongest team for him to go to is the Miami Heat. We have Wiggins, Bam, obviously the big guy. But it doesn't seem like people are even giving Miami a chance.
No, we're giving him a chance, Tony. I appreciate the call, by the way, PJ. I love, the big guy. Talking about Giannis.
The big guy.
Yeah, the big
Giannis.
guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing if
I've heard of him.
There's a lot of people that still call him Giannis or they struggle. They just call him the Greek, but I love that. Tony in Miami. Yeah, Bam, Wiggins, the big guy.
The big guy. Yeah, I know the big guy.
Yeah, we know the big guy. Yeah, that was great. And by the way, I think he
him.
said Clay. I think he meant Steph. He said besides Clay, who do they got?
Definitely.
I'm pretty sure he meant Steph Curry. I mean, they have Draymond. Draymond's not what he used to be. He still can impact the Warriors team. That if you add LeBron, that's less scoring. Draymond has to do. He's a tremendous ball screen setter still. The pick and roll or just the screens that he'd be able to set for LeBron to get downhill, the screens he sets for Steph. Draymond, and he still plays a pretty damn good defense. Draymond's still an impactful player. Jimmy Butler coming back from a torn ACL. Who knows what he looks like? They have Brandon Pajemski, who I'm not all that impressed with. I think he should have developed into way more of a player than he has. And then Porzingis. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of question marks in terms of the health in that team, but it's a decent team. I honestly, PJ, best of 7 series. If the Warriors with LeBron played the Heat with LeBron, or I guess just take LeBron out of the equation. If the current Warriors played the current Heat, who do you think wins that series?
That's a good question. I think I'd lean Miami. That's tough, though. That's like a 6 or 7 game series, but I think I'd lean Heat. What about you?
Yeah, I would probably lean Golden State. I mean, let's assume it's like you play like NBA 2K and you turn injuries off so nobody gets hurt. Like, so you have a healthy Steph, a healthy Draymond, a healthy Jimmy Butler, a healthy Kristaps Porzingis versus a healthy Giannis, Bam Adebayo, Wiggins, and again, whatever else Miami is filling out that roster with right now. I still would lean Golden State. I think they're a better defensive team, and as great as Giannis is, he was amazing on the Bucks, and yeah, they did win a title 1 year, but the last couple of years, it was like teams were like, we're just going to let Giannis get 40 and 20. We don't care because nobody else on that team is going to beat us, and I kind of think that's what it would be like right now in Miami. You add LeBron to that team, yes, they would be dangerous, but I still think the Warriors would be more dangerous if you got LeBron James on that team. So, Tony, appreciate the call, but we're not giving Miami a chance. I know I said there's 2 teams and 2 teams only. I did then mention Miami. I just don't think it's happening. And me and PJ kind of agree. We just don't like that chapter has closed. And I do think, yes, winning will have to play a part of it. Sentimental value will play a part of it as well. The report was LeBron wants to play meaningful winning basketball. It would be meaningful in Cleveland. It would be a chance to win a title in Cleveland. It would be meaningful in Golden State. I don't think there would be a chance to win a title. You'd have a slight chance to win a title in Miami, but I don't know how meaningful it would be. 310-840-4910. All right, we got to grab a break. We got a bunch of text messages that are coming through, so we'll get back to your calls and your texts. And we'll also talk a little World Cup because France, boy, they look like a wagon. And we had another late winner. Another thriller of a game earlier today in the afternoon, and we've got a big one coming up tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. He's BJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
woke up looking for the broccoli. You know who woke up looking for the broccoli? The Toronto Raptors. They woke up looking for the claw, and they got him back. Welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll continue with your LeBron calls and your LeBron texts in just a bit here. Again, throughout the show, the theme of the show, where do you think LeBron is going? The decision 3.0. He and his agent, Rich Paul, informed the Lakers today he's moving on. Is it going to be to Golden State? Is it going to be back to Cleveland? Could it be Miami? Anywhere else? We'll take your phone calls and your text, 310-840-4910. But, PJ, I think the Toronto Raptors set themselves back today. I think they made a very stupid trade. It reeks of desperation. The Raptors bring Kawhi Leonard, 2019 NBA champion, two-time Finals MVP. They bring him back to the Six. They trade him. The Clippers trade him to the Raptors, and Toronto in return gives the LA Clippers Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a first-round pick swap. I mean, look, in terms of the players the Clippers are getting back, Grady Dick he's an okay player. He definitely has not, what's the word I'm looking for? He has not lived up to the hype coming out when he was the 13th overall pick coming out of college, out of Kansas. But, he's made some decent improvements. He actually took a big step back this past year. I'm looking at the numbers. He only averaged 6 points per game. He became basically just, at the end of the bench for them. And Ingram, I like BI. Brandon Ingram's a solid vet. He's a guy that can average 22 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. But my God, man, was he brutal in that first-round playoff series against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And when BI has to be the guy, he can't do it. So the haul that the Clips get back is nothing special. And it shouldn't be. Because Kawhi Leonard's got 1 year left on his deal. This is where it's a stupid trade for me, PJ. Again, Kawhi Leonard's got 1 year left on his deal. You're giving up 2 first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 second-rounders. Maybe for a lot of you, you think, all right, well, who cares? A pick swap, neither of these teams are title contenders. What is it? Maybe a 20 for a 10 at worst? Okay, 2 second-round picks. What do second-round picks matter in the NBA? 2 first-rounders? You're only getting 1 guaranteed year of Kawhi Leonard here. I think this is desperation. Some of the headlines and some of the reactions I'm seeing, oh, look out, there's another title contender in the East. The East is crowded with title contenders. This doesn't make the Raptors a title contender. I mean, come on. R.J. Barrett with Kawhi and Emmanuel Quickley and Jakob Poeltl and the rest of the Raptors. Like, again, I always look to be positive when I can, PJ, but Kawhi at this stage, again, the Clippers sold high on him. He's coming off a year where he was relatively healthy. He played great. And what did he do in the postseason? Next to nothing. He did next to nothing. So I know he's a 2-time Finals MVP. He's 35. It's not like he's 39 or 40. I just don't think this. I think Toronto had other moves, or that they could have continued to push forward a little bit here. The players they're giving up means nothing, but it's those 2 first-round draft picks. I would have rather held on to those, man.
I think that's totally fair. The contract is a great point because it just feels like it's similar to baseball where you're just getting a guy for a 1-year rental. I would think Kawhi probably sticks around, but there's definitely no guarantee that happens. I don't hate it as much as you, Pat. Like you said, they really didn't give up anything crazy outside of the picks. From a player's standpoint, Grady Dick's okay. Brandon Ingram, I do like him, but he's just too injury prone at this point. And like you said, it just doesn't feel like he really steps up in some of the bigger moments. The way Toronto's viewing this is what we've been talking about for the last few days on the show, going back to last week. It's the Knicks, the Celtics, and everybody else right now in the East. The Raptors took Cleveland to 7 in the first round, that same Cavs team that went on to the Eastern Conference Final to play the Knicks. And they didn't have Ingram during the playoffs. They still got Barrett. They still got Scotty Barnes. They're looking at Kawhi, kind of that missing piece that can help them compete, get them to an Eastern Conference NBA Finals. I would love the trade if you knew that Kawhi was going to be there long term, but he's obviously going back to a place where he's beloved, where he won a championship. He had a lot of success. And for so long, the Clippers tried to pair him with a running mate. They thought it was going to be Paul George. Then it was going to be James Harden. It just did never work out. Toronto's taking that shot and hoping that Scotty Barnes can be that guy. But I think it's a solid trade, honestly, for both teams. I don't love the fact that the Raptors had to give up 2 first-rounders in the process, but I like the fact that they're being aggressive. They're taking a swing. They feel like at this point, the rebuild is kind of over. They got their young core that they want to build with, and now they're trying to add to it. And in the Eastern Conference, where it really is wide open outside of those top 2, I do think that they still got an elite player when he's healthy. It's so many of these guys. It's if they're healthy, and we know Kawhi is definitely one of those guys, but I think he's still really good when he's available. He was really good for the Clippers this past year. He turned 35 yesterday. But I like the aggressive move from the Raptors. Like you said, not ideal to give up the 2 first-rounders, but you didn't have to give up any really quality players, and you got to keep your 2 best players currently on your team and add Kawhi to it. And now in the Eastern Conference, even though I agree with you, I'm not picking the Raptors to beat the Knicks, to beat the Celtics, to go to the NBA Finals, win the NBA Finals, nothing like that. But I certainly think that if they get the right path, and let's say, the Knicks and the Celtics maybe are on a collision course to meet in the Eastern Conference semis again, I think there is a path. There is a chance that maybe the Raptors could be a team that could get themselves to the Eastern Conference final.
Yeah, and again, I forgot Scotty Barnes. So Kawhi Leonard, Scotty Barnes, who's an excellent, again, a guy that could be a walking double-double. At times you see Scotty Barnes drop triple-doubles. Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Jakob Poeltl, and then, some of the young guys on their team I do like. Colin Murray-Boyles, Jacoby Walter. They have Trace Jackson-Davis, Jamal Shed. So maybe I'm being a bit harsh on the Raptors. And here's the thing. If they do, and now the thinking is that they're going to try to sign a contract extension with Kawhi. And if that happens,
Correct.
and it's like, okay, now you get him for just the 1 year. Now you've got him for 2 years or years with a third year for a player option. And, you have Kawhi playing until he's 38, 39, and you see what you can do here. And, okay, if you get that contract extension done, great. Now, I would think it would behoove Kawhi to get that done. He's going into the final year of his deal. I don't think he wants the insecurity of having to play the final year. God forbid he gets hurt again, and then he just completely nukes his contract value. So, yeah, I would expect there is going to be a contract extension. And, yes, the first-round draft picks are in 2031 and 2033. I just keep coming back to the health of Kawhi Leonard. Now, again, PJ, maybe I'm an idiot because maybe you could be saying, well, Pat, what other move did you want the Raptors to make? Did you want them to run it back with Brandon Ingram? That was a complete failure. And they did get to a Game 7 against Cleveland, who then went to the conference finals and knocked off Detroit. So could Toronto be there? Could they easily be there next year? Maybe. Maybe they could. I just don't like that you're mortgaging away future assets here for Kawhi Leonard at this stage in his career. I don't think he raises their ceiling that much. I don't. Again, he's been inconsistent. It's not like, we say, 2-time finals MVP. Yeah, the last time was in 2019. He doesn't have that seismic ability to take over in a postseason anymore. Now, they lost in the play-in game to Golden State. They blew that fourth quarter lead. He had 21 points. The year before that, when they lose to Denver, he had a couple of monster games early on, and then he kind of wilted as that series went on. In Game 7, James Harden completely crapped the bed, but Kawhi didn't play all that well either down the stretch. So just for me, it's like, it feels like it's been a couple of years since Kawhi actually did something meaningful in the postseason.
Yeah, that's fair. And he definitely isn't the same player that he was when he won the championship with the Raptors. But I can see both sides, Pat, because I agree with you. Again, I don't think they're going to win the East. I don't think they're going to win the championship. I think probably best case scenario is where Cleveland found themselves this year. They got a favorable draw. They made it to the Eastern Conference Final, and then they went up against the Knicks team and got swept. That's probably what you're looking at with the Raptors. So for a team that it's not like this move puts them over the top and now all of a sudden you think they can win a championship, it is a bit interesting they're rolling the dice like this when they probably should still try and rebuild. They didn't get a lottery pick this past year or in this draft a week ago to really add to their young core. So they're taking a big swing. They're hoping that Kawhi's still got some years left and he can help develop these young guys and elevate their game. But Pat, again, man, this East is just, it's so weak compared to the West. And a lot of these teams are just taking swings, hoping that these stars that they can bring in are just good enough to carry them. And, once you get to the Eastern Conference Final, once you get to the NBA Finals, then all of a sudden it's like, even though the better team almost always wins in a 7-game series, like, you can see the finish line. You're getting close. Then guys start to get beaten up. Injuries start to happen. And the Warriors, or the Raptors, I should say, have a great home court atmosphere when they're good. So it's cool to see Kawhi back in Toronto. And they're definitely better than they were at the beginning of the day. But again, I think their ceiling is probably Eastern Conference Final at best.
310-840-4910. Does the Kawhi trade move the needle for you? Do you think the Raptors have a legit shot to win a title or at least get to an NBA Finals and win the East? 310-840-4910. We'll take your calls. We'll take your texts. When we come back, we'll continue to talk some more basketball. We got some free agent updates. We'll also get you some baseball scores as well. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb. By Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up, without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. We have a lot of text messages to get to. Don't worry, we will get there. So if you want to if you sent in a text and you're like, how come they haven't read it yet? Don't worry, I promise. We are going to get to a bunch of text messages coming up shortly. Also at the top of the hour, we're going to talk to Matt Devlin, the Raptors play-by-play voice for more than 18 seasons. After the big news, Kawhi headed back to Toronto. We're going to talk with the voice of the Raptors coming up here in 10 minutes. But PJ, we got a couple minutes here. It is a very busy Tuesday night in baseball, and it's not going well for either of our teams. The Orioles are getting spanked by the White Sox, who just continue to win. And the Yankees, there's a lot of people want to define when and where you can officially declare the June swoon on for the Yankees. I mean, it's on. If it wasn't on already, it is on. They're getting crushed again by the Tigers. Cam Schlittler, who I thought would be the saving grace to stop this losing streak, 3 home runs allowed in the first inning. Carpenter, Green, Torkelson, all touch him up, take him deep in the first inning. Ben Rice did homer for the Yankees, but it's 4-1 Tigers going to the third inning. The Yankees are on the verge of losing their 6th in a row, 9th out of their last 11. Aaron Judge not coming back anytime soon. Jazz Chisholm's hurt. Max Fried, I keep hearing good news on Max Fried. He was supposed to be back in the beginning of June. Then it was the middle of June. Then it was the beginning of July. Now it might be the All-Star break. I mean, come on already. Give me a break. Every year this team does this. They get your hopes up. They look at the best team in baseball, and every year, without fail, they then can lose to anybody. They got swept by the Red Sox, who are terrible. They're getting crushed again by the Tigers, who are terrible. And then, you got Tarek Skubal's got a 3-run lead. That's it. The game's over. The game's over. It's over, PJ.
Pat, I just want to read you, and I want to read to the audience the lineup that the Yankees are trotting out there tonight. This is the New York Yankees with Judge and Stanton and the payroll that they have. This is what they're trotting out there because of all the injuries that they have. You got Goldschmidt leading off at first, Rosario playing third at second, Ben Rice, your DH, batting 3, Dominguez cleanup batting 4, Volpe's your 5-hitter tonight, Caballero 6, Spencer Jones 7, Schumann I've never even heard of before. He's batting 8. And then the catcher tonight is Sanchez. He's batting 9. I mean, that's what the Yankees are trotting out there tonight against Skubal. So, I mean, Schlittler already knew he had to go into this game, probably throw in a shutout through 7, and he gives up 3 homers in the first inning. You're just, as good as the Yankees pitching staff is, they're just not winning many games with that lineup, man. It is brutal. They have a ton of injuries. Like you said, you're accustomed to this. This is what they do just about every year with the June swoon. But, I mean, the injuries are doing them no favors right now. That is a brutal line. If the Yankees played 162 games with that lineup, Pat Boyle, they might lose 100 games if they trotted that out there for 162. I mean, that is a brutal lineup. Yeah, they might.
They probably would, and we've seen it before. Aaron Judge, he's the MVP of the American League, and he's the MVP. He's one of the best players in all of baseball, and that you don't need me to tell you that. But like, there's no more obvious thing to say than in 3 years, right? 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was, when he smacked his toe in the giant slab at Dodger Stadium, and then this year, now that he's out with the shoulder and the rib, like if Aaron Judge is not in the lineup, the Yankees are not a good offense. They're just not. Like you could take out other players. Stanton's gotten injured. They can do without Stanton. Jazz has gotten hurt. They've done without Jazz. Judge is out for a prolonged period of time. The Yankees offense is a bottom tier offense in baseball. But we got about a minute. I know your O's aren't doing much better against the White Sox. They're getting beat up right now, right?
Yeah, 8-1, Pat. It's an absolute
9-1 now.
Nightmare. No, jeez. I turned it off. I can't even watch. It's making me mad.
I mean, dude, how about the White Sox? They just keep winning. We keep wondering when the shoe is going to drop with this team. They're 44-39. They win tonight at worst. They're still a game ahead of Cleveland for first in the AL Central. They got a positive run differential of over 30 now. That's better than the Rays. That is better than 4 out of 5 teams in the NL East. That's better than 3 out of 5 teams in the NL Central. It's better than 4 out of 5 teams in the NL West. Like, I think we got to stop asking when is it going to happen for the White Sox? They just keep winning, dude.
They do. They really do. And I got to be honest, when a lot of people, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, were saying like, no, this team like actually can win the division, I wasn't buying it. I'm starting to buy in, Pat. The White Sox absolutely can win the Central, and I kind of think they're going to.
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with the voice of the Raptors, Matt Devlin, on the massive Kawhi Leonard trade. He's coming back to Toronto. What it means and all the things it impacts the rest of the Raptors in the Eastern Conference. We'll talk to Matt Devlin next on BetMGM tonight.
Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase Higgins and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So,
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I got the Glass Man with me again tonight. PJ Glasser is in for Brad Evans, and he'll be in for Brad for most of this week with Brad on vacation. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour 3 of this Tuesday night show kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show. We got plenty of texts to get to. We'll get back to your phone calls in a bit. But the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. But the two massive basketball news headlines of the day. We talked about LeBron James informing the Lakers that he is not coming back and where his next destination is going to be. But then more recently, we've been talking about the Kawhi Leonard trade. He's gone back to the Raptors. So to talk about it, we bring in the Raptors play-by-play voice for 18-plus seasons. Matt Devlin joins us now here on BetMGM tonight. Matt, it's Pat and PJ. Thanks so much for joining us, man. What a day.
What a day is right, Pat and PJ. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, look, this feels like 2018 all over again. You know, the Raptors pull off a trade to land Kawhi Leonard in the final year of his contract, and they give up their leading scorer and some decent draft capital. So what were your first thoughts when you saw the news that the trade was happening earlier today? Because we got the rumors a couple of days ago, but what were your first thoughts when you knew it was going to be official today?
First thing I thought of was Back to the Future. You know, you go back to 2018-19 and just an unbelievable run for the Toronto Raptors. Obviously, you know, their lone NBA title as an organization. And that next season, prior to everything shutting down in March of 2020, Raptors had a top 3 record in the NBA, and the feeling was that they could make a push that season even without Kawhi. Obviously, that was a bubble season. They lost in Game 7 against the Boston Celtics. And then the following year, they were in Tampa. Then they made the postseason first round. Next year, it was play-in. And then you look at the last 2 seasons leading into this season, it was a rebuild, 25 wins, 30 wins. But one of the things that happened this year, finishing 5th and taking Cleveland to the 7th game, you really understood the core members of this team with Scotty Barnes, along with R.J. Barrett. And you think about Colin Murray-Boyle's a rookie and his progression and what he was able to provide this year as a two-way player that can guard 1 through 5, and then the emergence of a Jamal Shedd and Jacoby Walter. And now a team that had one of the best defenses in the NBA, pardon me, you add a Kawhi Leonard. I understand he's 35 years of age, but you know the sort of two-way player that he is, played 65 games, averaged 28 points, shot 50-plus from the field, 39 from 3. And it's a win for the Raptors. And I think that they believe, you know, that this is a team that can certainly push the envelope. And I think they had that sense because in the postseason, you didn't have Emmanuel Quickley, and how they performed in forcing a Game 7 with Cleveland, that I think they felt comfortable in making this deal.
Matt, can you just talk about like what game nights are going to be like again in Toronto and what the city must be like? Because this guy not too long ago was the king of the North, winning that title back in 2018. We know Toronto is a Maple Leaf town. The Blue Jays were just in the World Series. So, but the Raptors, when they're in the playoffs and they're rolling, man, that building is always one of the loudest in the NBA. So just for you personally, I mean, how excited are you for what that building could be like next year, and especially those first couple games when they see Kawhi in the Raptor uniform again?
Well, he'll get a standing ovation. There's no question about that. And, you know, one thing about the Raptors fan base, it's almost like a college-type atmosphere. Wherever the Raptors travel on the road, Raptor fans will show up. But certainly the casual fan's going to be extremely engaged on both sides of the border, right? Because of Kawhi. And so there's, you know, my phone, as you can imagine today, just lit up, you know, with people that are just like, wow, you know, Kawhi's coming back. And so, you know, look, you know, the atmosphere is always great. It's certainly going to be heightened. And fans are excited for Kawhi being back. And the key piece to this is, you know, the health component. And, you know, the Raptors have had a tremendous amount of success with Alex McKechnie, who's the vice president of sports science for the Toronto Raptors. He's legendary, worked with the Lakers, you know, has 6 title rings, is somebody that has worked with Kawhi before. And you go back to that championship run when he played, you know, nearly, you know, 39 minutes a night for those 24 games. And this past year, Brandon Ingram, who had averaged 55 games a season in his career, last year he played 80. I know he wasn't healthy in the postseason, but that's speaks to Alex McKechnie and his staff and what they've done. And they obviously have prior knowledge of where Kawhi is at this stage, and they feel comfortable with it.
Matt, do you think with this move, where do you think the Raptors are now, kind of on that tier list in the Eastern Conference? The Knicks are the champs. Everybody's gunning for them. Boston, we'll see what ends up happening with Jaylen Brown. That's a good organization. They'll have a good team. Everybody kind of views those two as the two in the East to go through. After this move with Kawhi, where do you kind of think the Raptors fall into things?
Well, I could certainly make the case. I thought last year, and I know, wasn't discussed much, but, last year that they were a top 6 team, they ended up 5th. And, there's no reason why this team couldn't be a top 3 team. Certainly home court advantage, which would be, 4th in the first round for the Toronto Raptors. But I don't know how much the regular season is, how much of a factor that's going to be with Kawhi, as much as it is about, what does he do during the regular season to get you in the postseason, and in the postseason, as we saw in 2019, what he can do there. We know how good he is, right? You know the numbers, you understand the health, but this is a player that has had a great run with this organization, back in 2018, 2019, and certainly they feel as though they can recapture that magic. And you go back to this past postseason, you play 7 with Cleveland, the emergence of a 24-year-old Scotty Barnes, R.J. Barrett elevating his game, and you think about, okay, now you have a Kawhi Leonard. And I remember in 2018, 2019, always saying, when the Raptors showed up, 9 times out of 10, you got the best player in the building with Kawhi Leonard. And even today, at the age of 35, when he's on the court, how many other players are you going to pick over him, right? And so, there's that sense, again, that, okay, you have somebody of that stature and magnitude, and it's a game changer. And his ability to shoot threes, at nearly 39% is massive.
We're talking with Matt Devlin here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. And Matt is the Raptors play-by-play voice for over 18 years now. And on the day that they make it official and bring the claw, Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto, we're asking Matt all about it. Matt, do you think the Raptors gave up too much draft capital in this deal? First-round picks in 2031 and 2033, a first-round pick swap and 2 second-round picks. Or do you think that and moving on for Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick, do you think this was a good move overall by GM Bobby Webster?
Yeah, I think Bobby Webster, when you look at year 1 last year, his draft with Colin Murray-Boyles, then this year, the player they got at 19, who they love out of Santa Clara. No, I don't think it is. I think that you look around the East, you understand, you guys mentioned New York, Boston, right? Atlanta is making a move. People have talked about Washington, Cleveland. What are they going to do? They were the only the only team in the second apron. So you kind of have a sense and a feel as to who's around you. And, I think they obviously feel very comfortable that with the addition of a Kawhi, this is an organization that can get back into the Eastern Conference Finals. And once you get there, you just don't know, right, where you can ultimately end up. And, the one thing that you go back to last year against the upper echelon teams in New York's, the Bostons, this was an organization that struggled against those teams and took care of business against everybody they needed to take care of business. But now all of a sudden you have a Kawhi Leonard and you know what he can do. So if you look at, okay, he's going to play 60 to 65 games, can you handle your business in the games that he's not out there? And then when you have him, you know obviously what he can provide, and you know how strong you're going to be. Scotty Barnes doesn't get probably, although you look at second team All D, should have been first team All D. You listen to other coaches talk about him. He can switch 1 through 5. He guards 1 through 5. They found another player in Colin Murray Boyles that can also do that. So, this is a team that obviously made a jump last year, and now they're looking to make that next level jump.
PJ, you're muted.
Matt, Kawhi is 1 year left on his deal, and obviously when they make a trade like this, you're hoping that you can re-sign him for the long term. Do you think the Raptors, the front office, they feel confident that they'll be able to hang on to Kawhi for the long term?
Well, he's 35, so I don't think this deal gets done if they're, if he wasn't going to sign, which is being reported, a 2-year extension. And, that's what you want him for, right? Where can he take this team along with the players that I've already mentioned, to that next level? And so they wouldn't have done the deal if they didn't feel as though, they could do that. If Kawhi, look, I remember after he left, you'd hear rumblings about, he was kind of like second guessing, leaving. This was a great situation for him, and the team obviously, won a title the next year. As I already mentioned, COVID obviously stopped what they were doing during the regular season, but that team was headed in, an upward trajectory, and even after winning that title and not having them, and now through the last couple of seasons, the reboot, and now it's heading back up. And I think that, Kawhi has the ability to, put this team where they ultimately want to go, which is, back into the conference finals. And from there, as you both know, Pat and PJ, once you're in the conference finals, things can go a lot of different ways.
That is true. That is true, Matt. We're talking to Matt Devlin, who is the Raptors play-by-play voice for 18-plus seasons now. And we're talking to him here on BetMGM tonight about the Kawhi Leonard trade. Matt, you mentioned CMB a couple of times, and I love that you did that because I'm very high on the kid, Colin Murray Boyles. He was awesome in that first-round playoff series against the Cavs. What do you think, just to move away from the Kawhi talk for just a second here, what do you think the expectations should be for Murray Boyles this season? Like, do you think he's capable of a huge jump forward into, I don't know, maybe sixth man of the year voting?
I don't know, sixth man of the year, but I think there's definitely that ability there to make a huge jump. You look at his minutes, obviously, they're going to increase. I think the thing that was really impressive, we saw this against Cleveland, his ability on the offensive end to create space and finish in traffic, even though he's an undersized big, and then, get to both the offensive and defensive glass. And he's adding a 3-point shot. He did not take many at South Carolina, as both of you know. He obviously took the most in his life this past season. So can he add that ability to stretch the floor, create space? But his willingness to guard is just next level. And his first preseason game last year in Vancouver against Denver, when Darko Rajakovic checked him in, he went up and Darko knows Jokic extremely well, right, with their backgrounds. And Colin Murray Boyles, here you go. You're guarding Jokic. I mean, he is guarded, as has Scotty Barnes, every main person that you are trying to stop. And to me, that just says a lot about him and what he wants, his mentality, and then just his physical strength is so impressive.
Matt, do you see them making any more moves to help out this roster after the Kawhi trade, or do you feel like this is pretty much it and they feel good moving into the season?
Well, it's a good point. From my understanding, from what I've read, a couple of people I've spoken to, this deal probably is not going to be official till July 6th because of just different cap hits and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to do anything else. But, as it stands now, they're going to be up against that first apron, and then that really prohibits you from doing things. So that'll be interesting to see how the next week unfolds. But the NBA, right? I mean, you wake up, tomorrow morning there could be some other news, right? Today it's Kawhi and LeBron, and obviously the Kawhi was percolating, and you hear, Draymond Green, obviously the last few days, and him opting out of his final year to create some space because of the LeBron talk. But that's a great thing about the NBA. It's 24/7, 365.
That is right. Hey, Matt, we appreciate the time, man. I know this is a very exciting day for a lot of folks in the six and in up north in Canada. And you got the World Cup going on right now as well, with Canada playing in the round of 16. So very exciting times for our friends north of the border. We appreciate the time, man. Can't wait to catch up with you soon.
You got it. Anytime. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Matt.
There you go, Matt Devlin, the voice, the play-by-play voice for the Toronto Raptors for more than 18 seasons, joining us on a day where they bring Kawhi Leonard back home. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. All right, we got a bunch of text messages that I promise we will get to when we come back. If you want to get in on the phones and give your take on where you think LeBron James is going, and also your thoughts, are the Raptors now title contenders in the East because Kawhi is back in Toronto? We'll take your phone calls on those two topics, 310-840-4910. We'll also get into some World Cup talk, a little Wimbledon talk. We got a big game coming up at the top of the hour between Mexico and Ecuador that we'll preview, and we'll get you some score updates. It's a busy Tuesday night, baby. Get in the mix. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
Conversation turns up. BetMGM tonight.
You're up.
Use now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. The big news of the day, LeBron James not coming back to the Lakers. Where is he going to go? Golden State, Cleveland, maybe Miami? Call us up. Shoot us a text, 310-840-4910. You let us know. And also, big shout out to Matt Devlin, who joined us last segment. The voice, the play-by-play voice of the Toronto Raptors. That's the other big news of the day. The Kawhi Leonard trade is going to be official. The Claws coming back to Toronto. With the LA Clippers getting Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 future first-round picks, 2 future second-round picks, and a future first-round pick swap. PJ, we've got some text to get to, but before we do that, we really have a Clipper-sided thing with this trade. I mean, they've given up on Kawhi. Like, I guess they weren't confident they were going to re-sign him. Also in the back, or I guess in the front of my head, I'm thinking about how this aspiration investigation is going to come down, right? The salary cap circumvention scandal. I don't know if they're getting off scot-free. I don't know if they think they're going to get off scot-free for that. Maybe Kawhi wanted to distance himself anyway. He was just going to leave next summer, so they figured, all right, let's try to get something in return for him. And also the Clippers are like, all right, we tried and we failed, right? That big core that they built together with Kawhi and Paul George, and a couple of years ago, Russell Westbrook and James Harden. It was like all the older aging stars kind of turnstile their way in and out of LA, and they get nothing out of it. And poor Steve Ballmer, man, that guy just will spend. They haven't had a whole lot of winning, not a meaningful winning in the last 3-4 years, though. And so now you look at their team and you look at their core here, and it's kind of sad, if you ask me. Like, Brandon Ingram and Darius Garland are your two best players. I know that they Benedict Mathurin, who I am a big fan of, but like, you look at all the guys that are free agents this summer and what's going to happen to them. Benedict Mathurin's a restricted free agent. Bogdan Bogdanovic is a guy that was supposed to be a big piece off the bench for them. He was getting paid $24 million. He's a free agent. Batum's a free agent. They brought in Bradley Beal to see what they could do with him. He's a free agent. Ben Simmons. So it's like, what the hell do the Clippers do now? Like, are they like on the verge of like tanking here? What do you do if you're the Clippers after this?
Oh yeah, I mean they're definitely rebuilding. They have to. They went all in with Kawhi and Paul George. They made one of the worst trades in the history of sports, giving up all those draft picks and SGA on top of it. And they haven't been able to recover. And now they're finally tearing it down. They're trying to rebuild. And as you mentioned, they're hoping that Garland and Wagler can be the backcourt of their future. And that'd be a great start, because Garland did some really good things in Cleveland. He had some really good years. He was a solid running mate to Donovan Mitchell. A lot of people love Keaton Wagler coming out of Illinois. So for the Clippers' sake, hopefully both of those two guys hit, and they're both really good. Ingram, as we know, big part of his game is health. Can he stay healthy? Can he be available? But definitely has shown that he too can be a really solid NBA player. And then you got Derek Jones and Brook Lopez in your front court. So the Clippers, yeah, I mean, look, they're Los Angeles. They're a market. They built that brand new, beautiful arena a couple of years ago. Steve Ballmer is one of the richest owners in all of sports. So they have the money, they have the facilities, they have the market. Maybe at some point they can lure a big free agent here in the next couple of years. But Pat, they're going to have to rebuild. They're going to have to do this through trades, through the draft, and they got to hit on these picks, man. But it's definitely going to be a long couple of years for the Clippers. They went all in. It didn't work. But, Pat, they've been good for a while, man. You know, those Doc Rivers teams with CP3 and Blake Griffin and Redick and all those guys, a lot of us thought they were good to get to the finals. They could never do it. When Paul George got traded, a lot of us thought, oh, man, Kawhi and Paul George at the time, like that is going to be a problem. Obviously, that never worked out. So they've had their run. You know, they went for it. It didn't work out. And now they got to rebuild, and they're gonna probably suck for the next 3 or 4 years. But if you're a Clippers fan, you hope the front office hits on these draft picks, and if they do that, then they'll start competing again.
They've only missed the playoffs 3 times since 2012. They have not finished under 500, PJ, since 2011. But out of all those years they made the playoffs, when it was Vinny Del Negro, and then you mentioned then it was Doc Rivers, and now most recently Ty Lue here. This is the Clippers got past the second round once. That 2021 season when they got to the conference finals and got beat by the Suns. Like, other than that, it's been a first round or a second round exit every single time. And it's been a first round exit seven times. 7 out of the 11 years they've made the playoffs since 2012, they've gotten knocked out in the first round. Like, they're, you know, I know my buddy Sal Licata, he calls the Philadelphia 76ers the semi-sixers because they always lose in the second round, it feels like. The Clippers, I mean, we need to come up with a nickname for them because they get knocked out in the first round basically every single year. And like I said, they haven't had a season under 500 since 2011. They better get used to those. You better get used to those because they're coming. You know, Brandon Ingram's got 1 year and then he's got a player option. That's a headache to try to deal with because maybe I'm being too harsh off what I saw from Brandon Ingram in the postseason. He's just not that great of a player, and he's a solid starter that a lot of teams that are under 500 would be liking to have. Like, he's found his home. He's found his home in LA. He's going to make $40 million this year. He's got a $42 million player option next year, but they got to figure out if they want Garland as one of their guys for the future here. He's got 2 years left. So I guess worst case scenario, you're off of 2 $40+ million contracts by the end of 2 seasons from now. And then, like you said, PJ, you'll have a boatload of picks you got to hit on. We'll see if Keaton Vogler can become an all-star. Brooke Lopez has 1 year left, and then he's gone as well. Derek Jones Jr., is that a guy they want to pay? He's extension eligible this summer. So, this is it's going to be some sad times for the LA Clippers in the next coming years. I can guarantee you that.
Certainly will be. Going to be some long years for those Clippers fans. But again, you got to hope Wagler's the guy because you had the 5th overall pick, loaded draft class. You didn't go with Acuff, who was a player a lot of people
thanks to the
taken.
Pacers for that.
That's exactly right. Could you imagine if the Pacers ended up with that pick, how even more screwed that the Clippers would be? So at least they got some good fortune in that sense, and they were able to get one of the top players in the draft. But they really had their pick. They could have gone a lot of different ways at 5. They ended up going with Wagler, and, for their sake, they better hope they were right, or else that could set them back possibly another year or two.
Do you think Adam Silver now brings down the hammer on them and finds them, takes away a second round? I guess not bring down the hammer. Let me rephrase. Adam Silver basically has a reason to be a tough guy now, and he says, all right, you're guilty of the aspiration stuff. We're going to fine you $500,000 and take away a second round draft pick. I think this is now, the runway is clear. The Clippers aren't going to be good. You want to punish them? You could punish them now if this salary cap circumvention thing turns out to be true, which from all the evidence that first came out when it first happened, it definitely seems like they created that fraudulent company to give Kawhi more money.
Yeah, wow, I forgot about that story, man. That's so true. Yeah, I mean, like you said, they definitely could, and nobody would really look the other way because they've acquired a lot of picks in the last couple days, and going back to the last season when they got Garland, I think there's a chance that we could definitely see that.
All right, let's get to some of your text messages. We got a bunch that came through here in the last hour or so that we have been sitting on. So let's see. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We've got and if you text us, shoot your name and where you're from at the end of the text or at the beginning of the text. We'd love to profile your text on the show. Otherwise, all we have is an area code. So we've got a 443 number, PJ, that says, Wizards shut down the AD trade talks. LeBron to DC? PJ, as a Wizards fan, would you love that? LeBron comes to the nation's capital?
Pat, I'm going to need you to speak on this situation as an unbiased member of the BetMGM Tonight team. But hear me out. LeBron comes to DC. Are they the second best team in the Eastern Conference with Trae Young, AJ DeBanza, LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Alex Sarr? I think that's pretty damn good.
Well, I mean, you throw Alex Sarr in there. Look, I guess he took a big step forward this year.
Yeah, I mean, he's 7'2", playing with Anthony Davis. That's a hell of a defensive front court. I mean, good luck trying to get shots in the paint against those two.
I despise Trae Young, so maybe that's what's blocking me. LeBron, if AD could stay healthy and play 60 games, LeBron, AD, DeBanza, Sarr, and Trae Young, I'm not too high on. I think that team wins 44 games, and you're maybe getting the 7 seed. So I think they'd be a playoff team. I don't think they're going further than the first round.
Interesting. Look, I can't.
Look, unless if AJ DeBanza has a year like Cooper Flagg had for Dallas, then I could see a 4 or 5 seed. Maybe I could see a 1 playoff round win if LeBron comes to DC. But come on, what's the chances of that happening?
That's the thing. But again, if he wants to play with Anthony Davis again, and he would fit in perfectly with the roster, it does make sense. I can't envision LeBron going to the Wizards. I just don't think.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's what I keep hearing, and the rumors yesterday, and we talked to Evan Giddings, who is a host at our sister station 95.7 The Game in San Francisco in the Bay Area. And he thinks that was Rich Paul, who's also AD's agent, putting that out there that LeBron wouldn't go to Golden State unless they could pull off a trade for AD. Does LeBron really want to play with AD? Anthony Davis is more of a liability than anything at this stage in his career, is he not? Don't get me wrong. I'm well aware of the powers he has when he's healthy. PJ, he's AD. He's always damaged. He's always hurt. So it's like, why would LeBron want to try to join forces again with Anthony Davis, and then he plays half the season without him, and LeBron's got to carry the load at 42 years old? Like, I don't see that anyone wants to play with AD. Does he want to play with AD? I don't think he does.
I mean, that's the question. Obviously, only LeBron knows the answer to that. I think when they were playing together in LA, I think they definitely enjoyed playing with one another. I think LeBron, his game meshes really well with AD. But as you said, I mean, there's always going to be a part of LeBron that's nervous, knowing that Anthony Davis, like you said, always damaged. You can never rely on him. So, yeah, we never bought that, you and I, that the only way LeBron was going to Golden State if they got Anthony Davis. I think he's going to Golden State regardless. I still feel that way about LeBron going there. But yeah, it's interesting that Rich Paul maybe framed it that way, or whoever got wind of that gave it out to the reporters and kind of put that out there, that almost these two are like a package deal. But I definitely do think LeBron enjoyed playing with Anthony Davis, and I definitely think he would do it again for sure.
310-840-4910, taking your calls, taking your texts. Adrian from Maryland texts in PJ, and he says, he's talking about LeBron, because I mentioned the chances of getting the Cleveland Cavaliers to the NBA Finals, winning the East if LeBron goes back to Cleveland. Adrian says, win Cleveland a championship. Are we serious here? He's a good player, but he's not that one player that puts a team over the top. He's not winning a championship, so just pick a team and ride off into the sunset. I mean, the Cavaliers just got to the conference finals last year, and they got destroyed by my New York Knicks, but they got to the conference finals. So whether or not they would have to do a sign and trade and Jared Allen would have to go, if LeBron is on the Cavaliers with Evan Mobley, with Spida, with James Harden, that team's good enough that, again, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. I don't see them beating them, but they are good enough to get to an NBA Finals. You agree, PJ, or you think LeBron on the Cavs doesn't really change much?
No, I still, LeBron on the Cavs, I do not think they're making it to the NBA Finals. Yes, they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, but I think a lot of things broke their way, where they didn't have to face Boston or New York in the semifinal round or the first round. They got the Pistons in their first iteration of that core in the playoffs. Indiana's going to be a lot better with Halliburton back. They didn't have to face Philly. They were fortunate to kind of get the draw in the path that they did. I still think with LeBron, they're probably about like a 4 seed in the East. And again, it's just all going to be about the draw. But I don't think if he goes there that they're a threat to win the Eastern Conference. If LeBron truly wants to win a championship, and that's all that matters to him, the team that I think realistically only makes sense, as we talked about earlier in the show, is San Antonio. And then you brought up the point, do the Spurs even want them? And I think that's totally fair, because they got a great thing going and they might not want LeBron. But of all these scenarios that we're talking about with all these teams, people throwing out Miami, Cleveland, I've thrown out Golden State. We just talked about the Wizards. None of these teams are winning a championship with LeBron. The only one that would is if he goes to the Spurs, I think.
That's a fair point. I disagree. I think the Cavs could. I think they could, because again, hindsight's 2020, right? You and a lot of people they played the Pistons, who were frauds and they weren't ready yet, and they were lucky they got the Raptors. They didn't have to play Boston. They didn't play the Knicks to the conference finals. And that's easy to say now, but then again, crazy stuff happens every year in the NBA. Crazy bleep happens. So, just those players, think about it. The Cavs got to the conference finals. You put LeBron on that team. Why can't they go one round further? That's all I'm saying. And again, I'm a Knicks fan. That's the last thing I would ever want to see. But I do feel like that's in the cards of reality that could happen. All right, one more text to get to here. Landers from Birmingham texts in and says, LeBron is unfortunately going to go to the Golden State Warriors. He's been in a beach-type state or team for over half his career. Miami and now LA. He's not going back to Cleveland, and doing so, he will tarnish his own legacy. And Steph Curry's, Draymond Green with his legacy is what it is what it is. I just have to say this. I know everybody from this generation loves LeBron, and I'm not taking anything from his longevity. Good for him, but all these records he broke, everyone before him did it in half the years. ready for LeBron to retire. Wow. That's a bit harsh. I mean, part of his greatness is his longevity. It's easy to say that he's compiled his way to like the second best player of all time, but like the dude he's played 23 years and like he's never been worse than the 15th best player in the NBA. And like I even still think he's between 20 and 25 now this year at age 42. So I think that's a bit harsh.
I agree. What I do agree with Landers about is that I too think LeBron is going to Golden State. That would be my pick, Pat. I'm staying to it. I'm not wavering off of it. People make a good case for Miami. They make a good case for Cleveland. I just don't know why LeBron would go back. He's closed the chapter to both of those stages of his life. He treated Miami as his college. He went back to Cleveland so he could win a championship for his hometown. He shut those pages. You know, it's done. It's over. It's like all of us in life. We go to college somewhere. We go there for 4 years. You're not going to live in those towns, most of us. You go back where you get a job. You go back home, whatever it may be, and then you move on and you go to the next stop. And that's what LeBron's doing, and I think he ends up in Golden State.
310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. What do you think? Where is LeBron going? PJ thinks Golden State. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers. When we come back, we're going to talk a little World Cup. We got Mexico, Ecuador. Big game coming up at the top of the hour. We'll hear the Norway Erling Haaland from Man City breaking the hearts of the Ivory Coast, and France looking every bit like the favorite to win this tournament. We'll talk some soccer when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb. By Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension. Number one, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens.
Post defense. And here is Bob. Oh, what a lovely ball that is! Into Berg! Now surely!
You're hot.
Of course! The definition of inevitable!
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Had a little rice, a little ground turkey. Nearly came back up there, PJ. But that was the call from Fox earlier today. Jackie Oatley's call of Erling Haaland, my guy from Man City. The big Norwegian Viking, that big, beautiful, blonde, luscious hair of his. Didn't catch it cleanly, but he tapped it in and got enough of it to put Norway ahead for good. They beat the Ivory Coast 2-1. They're moving on to the round of 16 to play Brazil. And PJ, it wasn't in stoppage time where we've already had 25 goals in this World Cup so far, but it was pretty damn close. Another late winner, another game that went back and forth. Ivory Coast tied it up in the 74th from Ahmed Diallo from Man United. And then Haaland, the game winner. Norway, they were the favorite, slight favorite, but they do progress. Do you give Norway a chance to beat Brazil in the next round? Because I've been looking to fade Brazil, and I don't think that they are anything special, and I'm hoping that Norway can give them a hell of a battle.
I think they could. I tell you what, that over's looking awfully attractive in the Brazil-Norway game. I can tell you that. I don't know what it is. I would assume that over 2.5 goals is definitely juiced, but that's the way I would look. That's definitely a both teams to score kind of game. Brazil found something against Japan in that second half. I think they'll be able to deal with Norway, and then vice versa. I mean, with Haaland, Norway is always going to be a threat. They only scored 2 goals today. They could have had a couple more. They had some high danger opportunities. That should be a good game. I think ultimately Brazil's probably going to advance. But again, I think if you're looking to bet that game in the round of 16, looking at both teams to score, looking at the over, I think is the way to go.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now on BetMGM. 2.5. It's basically minus 110 both sides. So that seems to be the flat line right there. 2.5. So you maybe jump on that right now. But yeah, look, I thought Ivory Coast was maybe going to get this game at an extra time, and then Holland, at the last minute there. Norway's got great attackers, and they got a great midfield. They got Martin Odegaard, who's been on Arsenal for years. They've got Oscar Bob, who also plays for Man City, but their defense is what concerns me. So yeah, I mean, look, if you like the over for sure, but I hope I always root for Brazil to lose. I don't know what it is. They were like kind of the dynasty when I was growing up, and then Italy won the World Cup in 2006. And so I've never wanted Brazil to like reclaim that throne as the most winningest World Cup team of all time. So I've always rooted for them to fail. And I'm hoping that's the case here. But look, France got themselves another World Cup in 2018, PJ. And as somebody that picked Spain to beat them in a potential semifinal in our bracket, France looks more and more like a wagon with each passing game. They crushed Sweden in the earlier game today, 3-0. Kylian Mbappe, best player in the world, 2 more goals. It could have been 5-0, could have been 6-0. France gets a gift next round playing Paraguay with Germany slipping up, and they're probably going to win that game by 3+ goals.
Yeah, they certainly did. They look so good today, Pat. As we talked about yesterday, when we were filling out the bracket, France was my pick to win, sticking with it. Very pleased with how they look today. 3-0 game. Easily could have been like 5-0. Mbappe, Olise, Dembele. These dudes are just so tough to deal with, man. It's unbelievable the chances that they create, the pressure that they put on a defense. Paraguay's going to have their hands full. It's got to be a similar game plan to Germany. Park the bus, make it low scoring, try to win it in penalty kicks. But I just don't think they're going to have enough. If the USA was able to break them down and score 4 goals, I can just only imagine what France is going to be able to do. So you got to feel pretty good about the French in that one.
Yep, and then finally, we're getting set for Mexico-Ecuador. PJ, this game's going to get delayed. So they're playing again in Mexico City at the Estadio Azteca. It's where the Mexico national team always plays. And, they're hosting the World Cup, but, like when they play friendlies and when they play other competitions like the Gold Cup and they're at home, they play at the Azteca. This is their stadium. They haven't lost to in 13 years. There's a severe thunderstorm right now, and so the game is delayed. I don't know how long, but I just saw that on Fox. It looks that sky looks terrible. So I think they're actually saying, I think this is saying 9:15 p.m. Eastern. They're hoping to start. So only 15 minutes. So hopefully that's the case. But I guess that gives us some extra time to preview the game before it kicks off.
Yeah, love that.
Who do you think? Real quick, 10 seconds. Who advances tonight, Mexico or Ecuador?
I'll go Mexico, but I think we could get some extra time.
Okay. All right, when we come back, we'll reset the 2 big basketball topics of the day. We'll get back to your phone calls, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those 2 right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase Higgins and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh boy, LaMelo. I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience. And the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So. Could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that we've dived into so far, 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question, just let us know who you are and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. All right, and coming up in about 5-6 minutes, we'll give out some plays for this Mexico-Ecuador game. Don't worry. They have not started yet. There's a thunderstorm in Mexico City going on right now, so that game is probably going to start at least 15 minutes late. We're going to talk some tennis a little bit later this hour, play some Guess Who. We still got Hot or Cold coming up in an hour, so we've had a ton of fun so far. In case you missed any part of the show, we had two great guests today. Evan Giddings, who's a host at 95.7 The Game in the Bay Area and the 49ers pregame show host. We were talking all things Warriors with him, with the LeBron news today, and then we talked to the voice of the Raptors, Matt Devlin, talking about the Kawhi Leonard trade with the Claw coming back to the Six. So in case you missed either of those interviews, you can rewind on the Odyssey app, or you can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. But yeah, PJ, big news today. Big news. We've been fortunate as NBA fans. We've been kind of spoiled here over the last week or so. You got the Giannis trade, then you get the LaMelo trade, and you get a couple of smaller trades in between that, like, I feel like have kind of just completely gone unnoticed. And then we get the LeBron news today, and we get the Kawhi Leonard trade. So let's rehash here, LeBron. This feels like this was coming. I give the Lakers credit. We talked all about the LeBron perspective, where he's going to go. You think he's going to Golden State to team up with Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler. They'll have a chance to bring Draymond back. They're bringing back Kristaps Porzingis. I think there's a chance of competing for a title and doing something meaningful, closing up his book, closing up his career with a third destination back home to Cleveland to go with Spida, with Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, James Harden, whether or not the Cavs could keep Jared Allen. We really haven't talked about the Lakers side of things here now, because I think this could actually unlock the rest of the roster for the LA Lakers, because this opens up $50 million that they didn't have before. And also, producer Brandon Combs putting in our show chat earlier that Brian Windhorst said, quote, people around the league believe Sandro Mamukelashvili is headed to the Lakers and will basically replace Rui Hachimura. I always thought the Lakers were going to bring back Rui, like without a doubt. And so if they don't bring back Rui, who last year was making $27 million and LeBron was making $60 million, all of a sudden that's $7 million. And let's not forget Maxi Kleber. Somehow Maxi Kleber had a contract of $21 million that he was getting paid. Luke Kennard's also a free agent. That was $13 million. Marcus Smart is a free agent. Like, there is a lot of money that is about to free up for the Lakers here. I know they re-signed Austin Reeves to a contract, which, by the way, they get him at a steal again. Reeves is making under $48 million in each of the next 3 seasons. And so now that LeBron is not coming back, as much as the Lakers did a good PR job, oh, we would have wanted LeBron, like we really wanted him back. And like, come on, let's be real. They need to build this team around Luka. They need to build a team that complements Luka. And so now, like, the Lakers, they got a lot of money that they can work with here, man. And you got the team that's built around Luka and Austin Reeves. And yeah, I mean, look, they have Jared Vanderbilt still. They have Jake LaRavia. Those guys aren't serious pieces for the future. Basically, though, the Lakers can now use LeBron. And if they're not bringing Rui Hachimura back, who I like, but like, you can use almost $100 million now to kind of go out and build whatever team you like. The Lakers, we really need to start paying attention to what their next moves are going to be now here over the next week, now that free agency's begun.
You know, it's a good point, because we're all just so focused on LeBron and where he's going to end up. But the Lakers are going to have Luka coming back. They re-sign Reeves. And like you said, they got some big moves to make to the rest of their roster, including Rui, and what direction they're going to go in there. You know, it's funny, Pat, but nobody has brought up Jaylen Brown going to the Lakers potentially.
Ooh.
And can they pull off something to make that work in some kind of deal? I don't know what package they would throw together. I don't know what their pick situation would look like. But again, for a team losing LeBron, Luka comes back. It's Los Angeles. It's been a while since they've been competitive, ever since winning that championship in the bubble. Can they make a move like that? Because keep in mind, Jaylen Brown went to Cal Berkeley, so familiar with the Cal area, even though that's closer to San Francisco. I'm sure he would enjoy playing in California. I think that's intriguing. But you're right. Are the Lakers going to make a move? Because I think they will at some point. And they'll just take the blueprint that Nico Harrison did with Dallas that you were talking about. I thought those comps were great, where Austin Reeves now is going to be the Kyrie Irving. And then you get those ancillary pieces, three-point shooters on the outside, big men that can rebound and defend on the inside, and just have Luka be the guy because he's proven that he can be the one on a guy that takes you to the championship. But yeah, the Lakers are not getting thrown around at all as a team that could maybe make a splash for somebody. And as we're all waiting to see where Jaylen Brown goes, and with each passing day, more teams around the league, it feels like, have kind of made their big move. Minnesota made their move. Portland made their move. Today, Toronto made their move. Like, what is going to be the move that the Lakers make to try and get their roster better outside of just re-signing Austin Reeves? They are definitely an intriguing team for sure.
And apparently, so digging into the reporting, in about 2 weeks ago, Dave McMenamin, who we know is kind of like the new Windhorse, he just follows the Lakers around and basically he's like the tries to uncover everything possible that he can. I give him credit. He reported that Luka Doncic had been in, quote, constant communication with Rob Pelinka and the other members of this new retooled Lakers front office, and made one roster preference clear to them, quote, A-list center. And so there was a lot of reports and rumors already that Jalen Duren, is a restricted free agent. We just saw how his postseason went with the Pistons. He's eligible to sign a big fat contract because he was all NBA. The Pistons don't want to give it to him. He's reportedly been, basically turned off by that. He's open to going elsewhere. And then today, Sam Amick of The Athletic reported that Duren has a call with the Lakers scheduled once free agency officially begins, because there's a wide gulf in negotiations between him and the Pistons. And so there is the sign and trade possibilities. Detroit doesn't want to do a sign and trade. They might be forced to. PJ, because if the Lakers say, screw it, we'll take a chance on a guy who's 23 that Luka could just throw lobs to, and we know he's going to grab rebounds, and we hope that he could just figure it out the postseason, that the light's not being too bright for him as he goes along. We'll give him $50 million, and then the Pistons either got to say, oh, crap, we either got to match that or we got to match it just so we could trade him. So the Lakers and some other teams as well, the Kings, who may be looking at Sabonis, to the Detroit Pistons, they might have to be involved in some sign and trade stuff here. So like Jalen Duren, as much as we think right now, like who's giving Jalen Duren that kind of money after the postseason he just had? It might be, if nothing else, to force the Pistons' hand on a sign and trade, or they get him for free and they don't got to give the Pistons jack squat. So Detroit's finding themselves in an uncomfortable situation here, because as much as they don't think Jalen Duren is worth $50 million a year, and I think you and I both think he's not worth it, other teams might do it just so that they can have his services and say, you know what, he might not be worth it right now, but maybe in a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, he might be worth it. And it might be the rare instance of you don't pay a player for what he is. You're trying to pay a player for what you think he's going to become. So I think Jalen Duren to the Lakers, you pair him up with Luka, you got yourself a lob threat for him and Austin Reeves. That could be a serious move. That's probably the best move the Lakers could make, is get Jalen Duren.
That's fair. It's a good case. Luka with an A-list center would just be a great pairing, and he showed us that in Dallas, all the pressure that he puts on the defense. I am interested to see what they do after this from LeBron, because, again, I think LeBron has given them some notice, so they've been able to have some time to kind of formulate a game plan, see what they want to do moving forward, and how they want to build the roster around Luka. But, yeah, all these teams in the West, man, it's going to be an uphill battle trying to deal with San Antonio and Oklahoma City. And if you don't have a couple of stars, maybe even three, to try and go at those teams, it's going to be really tough to win a 7-game series. So you got a star, a top 10 player in the league in Luka. You got a really quality player in Austin Reeves. Taking a swing on a guy like Jalen Duren and bringing him in would definitely help the Lakers trend in the right direction. But I think that's a good call. Again, I threw Jaylen Brown out there just because the Lakers have not been linked to him at all. I don't really think they have enough to entice Boston and to get enough in the deal for Jaylen Brown. But I like your Jalen Duren call. I think that could be something that they could definitely make happen.
Look, as much as I would like to see, like, if Jaylen Brown along with Luka and Austin Reeves, I don't think there's a shot that that's happening. I don't think the fit would be good. I don't think Jaylen Brown and Luka would mesh very well. And I honestly not. And here's the other thing, right? Because I don't know about you. Jaylen Brown's got to be Jaylen Brown's got to be so tight right now because I mean his name is just kind of getting bopped around, and his reputation's being not tarnished because it's not like you normally you self-inflict a tarnishing of your own reputation. Like they're reporting from some people that, some people think Jaylen Brown would be like the 5th best player on their team, or half the league doesn't even want Jaylen Brown right now. Don't get me wrong, as a Knicks fan, I hate Jaylen Brown. There's not 20 players in the NBA that are better than Jaylen Brown. There's not. The guy's a finals MVP. So that to me, some of the smoke screens or some of just the blatantly wrong, the lies being put out there about Jaylen Brown. I feel like, and we talked about it on Friday. You think he's getting traded. I still think he's not. I still think Boston's keeping him. And everybody we've talked to, all the guests we've talked to, maybe I'm going to be the idiot here. I'm standing with my feet in the ground. I don't think Boston's trading Jaylen Brown. I know they got a lot to repair. I saw what's his name. I saw Simmons put out today, they need to have a sit down with the owners and Brad Stevens and nobody from the outside and need to hash it out. No, but seriously, they kind of do, because I can't imagine Jaylen Brown wants anything to do with the Celtics right now, but they haven't found a trade partner yet. We've had 3 big-time trades go down in the last week. None of them have involved Jaylen Brown. So really, what is his trade value?
Yeah. And you know what? You're definitely in the minority there of people that think Jaylen Brown is staying put. And maybe he is. Maybe this is something that just blows over in a couple months. Football starts to ramp up. We forget about it. Bygones be bygones. He returns to camp. He sees Tatum. He sees Missoula and the rest of the Celtics, and all is forgiven. Just as we've had a bunch of guests on too, it just kind of feels different. The way that his name has been linked this last week a bunch of different times, how these reporters have been saying that they're fielding offers, things are getting close, things are starting to ramp up. I don't know, man. It feels like to me still he's getting traded, and that could be the next domino to fall. LeBron, again, the reports are that he's taking his time, which also tells me that there could be a couple more deals that get done with some big names, and he wants to maybe see how things get played out, where certain guys are moving to. So it's already been a crazy offseason. I love it. I love all the wheeling and dealing, all the trades, all the moves, Pat, and we got some more coming, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, one other thing with the Lakers, if they don't get Jalen Duren, if the Pistons end up swallowing a very large pill and re-signing him for, I don't know, what was it, $46, $47 million a year, I think is the max extension he's eligible for. Walker Kessler, I keep seeing as the next viable option. And don't get me wrong, I love a good defensive big man more than the next guy. But Walker Kessler, I keep seeing 37, 38, $40 million a year that, reports are that the Jazz and Walker Kessler were not close to a negotiation and that they reportedly offered him $140 million. Walker Kessler? Are we serious? Is he, if you're telling me Jalen Duren or Walker Kessler, we just saw Jalen Duren get embarrassed in the postseason, and I would still take him 10 times out of 10 over Walker Kessler. That.
Oh, yeah.
Not even close. And he's coming off of a torn labrum. So he's played 5 games. We didn't even see him this past year, but Walker Kessler's played a couple years in the league, and the Utah Jazz, look at this team that they're trying to build with Jaren Jackson Jr. and all these boatload Ace Bailey and now Darren Peterson and this young, this revamped core they're trying to build. Walker Kessler, $140 million for a guy that averages 14 points, 11 rebounds a game. I know he's 7'2". He's a good shot blocker. He's a good rebounder. That's a boatload of money. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not giving Walker Kessler that kind of money if I'm the Lakers or if I'm anybody else. And so
No,
I think the Lakers'
yeah.
third option, PJ, would be my guy, who it seems like his time with the Knicks is over, Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers. And I feel like that's a perfect lob candidate and a guy that can finally give you some kind of rim protection on defense if you're the LA Lakers. But Walker Kessler, Jalen Duren, the two big names that keep floating around with the Lakers right now, if they are going to go out and splash the cash for a center.
I'm totally with you on Kessler. That's just a complete overpay and would just be a desperate play by the Lakers to pay him that much money. Mitch would be interesting. I mean, you know as well as anybody what a great rebounder he is, what a great defender he is. Just doesn't give you much offensively. And again, he is a good lob threat, good presence around the rim. I just think Luka probably wants a little bit more versatility and is big. Now, we did have a guy like Daniel Gafford in Dallas that he had a lot of success with, and Mitchell Robinson is kind of the better version of Gafford because he's a hell of a defender and a rebounder. So maybe that would work, and you certainly get him at a cheaper price. I could definitely see that, but it does feel like the Lakers are going to make some moves off of this LeBron news. It does feel like they're going to go after a big. We just have to see which one it's going to be. And you're right on Utah, man. I mean, there's a lot to like about their 6-man rotation that they could throw out there if they bring Kessler back. Keontae George, Peterson, Markkanen,
Yeah, I forgot
Jaren
Keontae
Jackson
George.
Jr., Keontae George, Ace Bailey off the bench as your 6. So got a nice 6-man rotation there. The West is just so deep, Pat. I mean, outside of Memphis, Sacramento, and New Orleans, all these other teams, because Dallas and Utah were terrible last year, but they feel pretty good about the direction that they're heading with some of the young stars that they have. So really, the West is going to be brutal, man. And again, the Clippers, the Grizzlies, the Pelicans, these teams are trying to ship off players, acquire as many picks as they can, hoping to get better as soon as they can. But it's just an absolute gauntlet in that Western Conference.
310-840-4910. So again, the question has been out there for you since the start of the show, where as it pertains to LeBron, where is he going next? Golden State, Cleveland, maybe Miami, anywhere else? Call in, text in 310-840-4910. But on the Lakers side, LeBron's not coming back. Reports are the Lakers are looking to Sandro Mamukelashvili as a cheaper replacement for Rui Hachimura. So that's freeing up a lot of money for the Lakers. What's the one move you want to see the Lakers pull off here in free agency and now life after LeBron? 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll play a little Guess Who. We'll get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity.
Classic. Little Santeria. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He knows what is good for him. He best go run and hide. Daddy's got a new 45. All right, welcome on back. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. We got producer Brandon Combs in the mix. This is BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. When the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your Goal Rush token. You'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. So 24 hours from now, we will be in the second half of USA and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So you've got under 24 hours to get that $5 or more pre-match bet in on the USA versus Bosnia game. But PJ, we've got kickoff expected at 10 p.m. Eastern, so 35 minutes from now between Mexico and Ecuador. So a bit of a delay. Another game that's going to finish after midnight Eastern. I don't mind it. I mean, another late night. Hopefully we get a great game. Imagine if this game goes to penalties. This puppy might not end at 1 a.m. Eastern. My goodness.
Oh, I know. Going to be a late night. Thank goodness. Let's hope the U.S. game doesn't get delayed at all tomorrow. And it kicks off at 8. They win in regulation. But those people in Mexico going to drink a lot of beverages and keep themselves up. And they'll stay up as late as they have to if they're for their team to win the game. So that'll be a fun one. We'll be able to watch the first half during the final hour of the show.
Yeah, and they're 2 hours behind in Mexico City. Well, 2 hours behind Eastern.
Okay.
They're Mountain Time. So it's 7:26 p.m. Eastern. So that's going to kick off at 8 p.m. Yeah, so those fans will be nice and proper drunk by the time that game starts. I was watching it on Fox on the broadcast. You know, they got Chicharito, Javier Hernandez, part of the studio crew outside of the stadium. Dude, those fans, they sound like they're ready to rip somebody to shreds. I cannot wait for this game.
We have a great soccer bar here, Pat, in Arlington, Virginia. That's maybe like a 10, 15-minute drive for me. And I was watching one of the Argentina games in there a couple weeks ago, and I was asking the owner, I said, outside of the U.S., who's been like the best, most packed team? And he's like, there were a ton of Mexico fans in here. So they're, all over, man. They are showing up in full force. So, yeah, that's going to be a great atmosphere tonight.
All right, and they're expected to start about 30 minutes from now, so we'll keep you posted on that. We'll keep you posted once the game begins. We'll give out maybe some predictions for that game in just a little bit, but let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combsy, what's going on? How are your Cubbies doing? And then are you ready to play a little Guess Who?
5-3 on the Padres. Alex Bregman sighting. He showed up for a game today, so that was pretty cool. Didn't lollygag down the line and then just get thrown out after a guy bobbles a ball like he did the other day for $180 million. But hey, it is what it is.
You can't be upset about your Cubbies. Look, they took 2 out of 3 from the Brewers. They've won 7 out of their last 8. Like, they're rolling right now.
Yeah,
try being
Pat.
an
I mean,
Orioles
sure,
fan.
they're rolling right now, but keep it going throughout the rest of the season. Like that, I don't see this as being a sustainable thing for this team with all the injuries that they have. I just don't.
I mean, you've ended this Cubs season like 3 times already, though. Like, just enjoy it. We haven't gotten the 4th of July yet. They're about to be 10 games over 500 after it looked like the season was going to be over 2-3 weeks ago. Enjoy it.
Yeah, Pat, I'm a realist. Like, I look at this team, I look at all the injuries on the pitching staff, I look at this offense and how hot and cold it can be. I mean, yeah, sure, it's good right now, but I also just endured a 7-22 stretch where they were cold as ice. I've never seen anybody like PCA who, when he's hot, looks like the greatest hitter on the planet. And when he's cold, looks like me standing at the dish. I just, it's tough sometimes as a Cubs fan.
I know, but you got a World Series 10 years ago. And so, no.
Says the Yankees fan.
Yeah, I haven't seen a World Series since 2009.
I've never seen a World Series, so, maybe both of you guys
PJ might never
stop
see
talking.
All right, Combs.
Be thankful you've seen one.
Let's do a little I was gonna say hot or cold. Let's do a little guess who. All right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have you guys go back and forth. You guys are gonna ask me questions to try to guess an athlete. It could be baseball, it could be basketball, it could be football, it could be hockey. I've got 3 athletes. We'll go one by one. We'll start with the first one, see how long it goes, and then we'll see if we want to go again. Who wants to start? PJ, you go first. PJ, you're the guest. Plus, I like you more than I like Pat, so you go first.
Thanks.
I appreciate that. Is this sport only that this athlete plays? Is it only played indoors?
Yes. The professional version is only played indoors.
The professional version is only played indoors. Okay. Interesting.
Pat's got that look on his face.
Is the sport that this athlete plays on ice?
No.
Yeah, so it's got to be. Is this player an NBA player?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this player active or you can only ask you a yes or no question, right? Is this an active player?
No.
Is this player still living?
Yes.
Okay.
The fact that he had to think.
I know.
I didn't want to accidentally kill somebody. So yes,
Is this
still alive?
Is this player in the Hall of Fame?
He is actually, you know what? I actually don't know that. No, he is not.
Okay, so we got a fringe borderline Hall of Fame player that Brandon wasn't sure if he was still alive. This is
Jesus Christ. This is
let's see. Did this player play his career with only one team?
No.
Okay, multiple teams.
Did this player ever win an MVP?
No.
Oh my God.
Did this player play before the 1970s? So did he play in like the 60s, 50s, 40s?
Nope.
Okay.
Did this player win an NBA title?
7 of them.
Ooh.
Is this player Robert Horry?
Oh, PJ, you monster.
Let's
that
go.
Player is Robert Horry.
I should have said, did this guy go to Bama? And then I would have gotten it. Dang. That's unfortunate.
Oh, of course. You know, go figure. Combs gives you a freaking Bama player right off the bat.
I'll be completely honest with you. I didn't know Robert Horry went to Alabama.
Big shot, Bob.
I'm sure.
Heck yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
wow, that's 7
Ori
NBA
and,
titles. That was the giveaway.
That was the giveaway. Sure was. Nice. All right, off to a good start, Pat. There we go. 1 down.
All right. You guys ready for the next one?
Yep.
Pat, you go first.
All right, I'm just going to be more blunt. I say, is this a football player?
No.
Is this a baseball player?
Yes.
Is this baseball player retired?
No.
Does this baseball player currently play in the American League?
Yes.
Is this current active American League baseball player a pitcher?
No.
Does this current AL player play in the AL West?
No.
Does this current active batter play in the AL East?
Yes.
Okay, we got an AL East. Does this player play for the Orioles?
Yes.
All right.
Is this Pete Alonso?
It is Pete Alonso. Pat with the win. It is tied 1-1. All right. We have got one more player left. PJ, you get the honors. You go first.
Is this athlete a soccer player?
He is not.
Okay. I thought maybe he'd go a little World Cup, throw that.
Yeah,
away.
same.
No dice.
All right, he went basketball. He went baseball.
I wouldn't know any answers. You would
Is
ask me
this-
questions.
You can
and
just
I'd be like, I
Google
don't know.
it, Yeah, that's fair.
You could have did Messi, Ronaldo, or Mbappe.
Yeah.
Is this player a football player?
No.
Is this player a baseball player?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next line of questioning here. Is this an active player?
It is not.
Is this player in the Hall of Fame?
He is not.
Baseball player not in the Hall of Fame. Did this player play?
It's a damn shame. And no, it's not Barry Bonds before you guys both say it.
Oh, I was about to. I was about to go right for the jugular there. Did this player play any seasons after 2000?
Yes.
Is this player a pitcher?
No.
Okay. Did this player? Okay. Did this player win a World Series?
Yes. Do you want to know how many?
Yes, please.
Sure.
4.
4 World Series. Played after the 2000s. He's retired. He's not in the Hall of Fame. Is this player a left-handed hitter?
Wait. Yes, he's a switch hitter.
Switch. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is this player Jorge Posada?
It is not.
Damn.
Did this player play in the infield?
He did not.
Did this player play in the American League?
Yes.
Man. Is this player Bernie Williams?
This player is Bernie Williams.
Let's
go! PJ out of nowhere.
Core 4 guy.
Let's go.
Bernie Williams won 4 World Series. He's a 5-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glove, won a Silver Slugger, a batting title, and an ALCS MVP. Could finish with a career WAR of 49.6, a 297 batting average, 287 home runs, and 2,336 hits. How is this guy not in the Hall of Fame? Is beyond me.
Well, that was the clue, but I could not remember if he was a switch hitter or not. And I took a chance because I was like, all right, 4 World Series, has to be a Yankee, is in the outfield. And I'm like, I mean, it's got to be Bernie. So, heck yeah. There we go.
I named
Pat,
I heard the 4 and I named Posada, and it's freaking Bernie.
You should have just kept going with them.
Yeah. Literally. What made you pull Bernie Williams out?
Because I had Pete Alonso, because I went one baseball player for PJ's team. I went with one baseball player from a Yankees, and Bernie is my favorite Yankee of all time. And then I didn't even know when we had I did not know Robert Horry was a Bama guy, so that was unintentionally a PJ guy.
Yeah. That's
I swear.
awesome.
I did not know. Michael Bush with a home run, though. Cubs extend their lead. I like that.
There you go. All right, when we come back, we'll get you a baseball scoreboard update. We'll hit on some of the other free agency signings that have already made in the NBA. As it officially started 3 hours ago, no major dominoes other than the big news of the day. LeBron not coming back to the Lakers, and Kawhi Leonard traded back to the Toronto Raptors. And plus, we'll give you some picks for this Mexico-Ecuador game. It's going to start in 20 minutes. He's PJ Glasser. I almost said I'm Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We got producer Brandon Combs in the mix. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb. By Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension. Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were
When the game goes live, the conversation
Mics are hot.
GM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 840-4910. We're going to give out some predictions, some picks for this Mexico-Ecuador game, and it is officially going to start in less than 15 minutes. But let's get a scoreboard update here on a busy Tuesday night in baseball. Final night in June, by the way, PJ. You ready for the 4th of July coming up this weekend? You got any good plans?
Well, being here in the DC area, obviously, the National Mall is just an
250.
absolute 250. The mall is going to be an absolute nightmare. It's going to be packed. So, yeah, definitely going to try and get downtown to watch the fireworks, but still trying to figure out where exactly I'm going to end up watching it, because the mall is just chaos. You got like a FIFA World Cup watch party zone over by the Capitol, and then all the stuff that's set up. So it's going to be craziness, but yes, I'll be out there, just hoping I find some kind of space to be able to watch it.
You hanging out with any friends, or you going dolo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'll be hanging out with some friends. How about you? What's your plan?
Yeah, so my family, we do Wildwood Beach down Jersey Shore every year for the 4th of July. Do either like an Airbnb or a hotel room for like 2-3 days. So I mean, look, it's like there's 11 of us for 2 hotel rooms, so it's gonna be cramped. But it's fun, man. I mean, it's all about. It's like when I was a kid growing up, that was always like one of the best weekends of the year. My dad and my mom taking me and my brother and my sister a while. We're going to the arcade, going to the beach, doing the fireworks. You have all those motels, all those hotels that have the pool right there. So that's become a family tradition. Now my sister's got 5. So 5 animals, including the newborn, the girl. So the little baby girl. So we'll just be chilling this weekend down on the Jersey Shore. We'll do the fireworks, plenty of ice cream. plenty of swimming, plenty of beach time. It'll be a fun time. I can't wait.
It's going to be good. Yeah, I was just telling you guys off air, there's a big heat wave here on the East Coast that I'm sure you're aware of, but it's going to be 99 tomorrow, 101 Thursday and Friday, and then Saturday it's supposed to be like in the high 90s as well. So for a guy that gets burnt easily, Pat, we're going to be wearing a boatload of sunscreen over the next 3 or 4 days here. We're going to have to reapply often.
I hear you. Dude. You know what? Actually, and this is stunning to me, and I just had to like double check this. So again, I'm in Philly now, and so yes, tomorrow 100 degrees, Friday 101, Saturday 99. Down the Jersey Shore, Wildwood Beach, Friday 89, Saturday 88. How is it going to be 12? That's like an hour 15-minute drive southeast of me in Philly. How is it going to be 12-degree difference? That's stunning to me.
Not only that, but you'll be at the beach, so you get that nice breeze coming off of the ocean and everything like that. That's ideal, Pat. That'll be nice. The sand might be a little hot on the feet, so that might not be pleasant. But getting that little breeze that'll be a good time.
Maybe look, maybe it's not. It won't be that drastic of a difference because I should have checked AccuWeather. Google, you can never trust Google. You can't trust AI. I went to AccuWeather. That's what I go for my weather. Now, yeah, Friday 95 with a feel of 106, Saturday 97 with a feel of 108. So that sand is going to be unbearable. Oh, Friday I'll be doing the show, but it's mostly just Saturday and Sunday. Oh, those are like the 2 hottest days. That sand, dude. You get that hot sand. There's not many more painful things. Like I feel like I can endure a lot of stuff, right? Like holding something that's hot in my hands, a hot cup of coffee. I'm trying to think of what other pains that we feel that it's like, yeah, I feel like I can endure this. The hot sand on my bare feet, I can't, dude. There's times where it's like 2 seconds, and I'm like, I can't. If I don't have the flip flops or the sandals, I'm not walking. I'm not moving across the beach. Sorry.
Right. No, I'm with you. What's usually the food of choice? Are you a burger guy? Are you a dog guy? You like grilling the steaks? What's usually the go-to for the 4th for you?
Yeah, we'll do burgers and dogs the one night, and we'll in years past, like again, I'm not taking off of work, so I'll be there. I'll only be there Saturday and Sunday. They're going down tomorrow, so they got like 4 days. So normally in the past, when I was a kid and we would go for vacation, like one day would be burgers and dogs, next night would be like steak and ribs and chicken. Another night we'll order like pizza and whatever, or do boardwalk food. So that's if I had my pick, I'm a burger. Just give me a burger and a piece of grilled chicken, nice little summer salad, some mac salad, pasta salad, some greens, a little corn on the cob. That's a great summer barbecue plate for me.
There you go. Love that. Yeah, man, it's going to be great. Crazy 250 with all the celebrations. We're going to have World Cup during the day, baseball all day. So it'll be a great sports day as well. So looking forward to it. Wish it was, a little bit cooler, but that's okay. Are you a big fireworks guy?
Like yes and no. Like I'll watch them uninterrupted. I'll watch a full 15-minute fireworks show. I don't need. Yeah, I mean, I guess I am. I guess I would say I am. And growing up too, like we'd do the sparklers, and then my dad would be like, "All right, here, come here, light this and run away." I'll be like 9 years old, lighting off this thing that like would shoot in 3 different directions, and you hope you don't, get your leg blown off. In retrospect, probably terrible idea by my parents to let me do that, but hey, you live and you learn. But yeah, like watching a fireworks show, I'm pretty locked in for it.
I hated them. I hated them when I was a kid. Hated them. I like when I would go to sporting events and they'd play the anthem. Just the noise was too loud. I couldn't do it. I always had to cover my ears and stuff like that. So it wasn't until I like got to probably like middle school or somewhere in that range where I finally started to tolerate it. And I think it's fine now. It's cool. I definitely like it way more than I did when I was a kid. But I hated it when I was growing up.
Wow. But now you love them. Now you don't mind. Now that your ears, now that we're going deaf as we get older, especially the industry we're in, where we got the earbuds and the headphones. Yeah. There's times where people are talking to me and I'm like, what? And I'm like, Dad, I'm deaf. You got to yell at me. Like, I yell at people when I talk, sometimes unintentionally, a lot of the times unintentionally. I feel like I'm going deaf. Or maybe there's a lot of people that I guess that I don't know, talking to somebody at a coffee shop, or, and you go to get your car serviced or go to the grocery store and people talk to me, I'm like, what? What are you saying? I think I'm just going deaf. I think that's the problem.
Are you the kind of guy that jacks up the music on your headphones when you're listening? So like when you're on the street or something, like people could hear what you're listening to, or you don't crank it that loud?
No, dude. I've already done enough damage to my ears. I don't need to do any more.
Okay. Fair. There are people I went to like high school with and college that would do that, and I'm just like, why? Just like turn it to a normal volume. Why do I need to hear it? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, PJ, you thought maybe extra time or penalties for this Mexico-Ecuador game. I'm going to say 1-1, and I'll say Mexico wins in extra time. They score in like the 110th minute and win it 2-1. So Mexico's going to advance. They're not getting beat at the Azteca. Hot or cold coming up next. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase, Higgins, and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh boy, LaMelo. I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience. And the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So, could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Why not the Pittsburgh?
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. And PJ, the Glass Man's going to be with me for most of this week. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night show starts right now. You can watch the program live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You know how we do. Fifth and final hour, open phone lines, anything you want to talk about, anything you want to weigh in on, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. But the big news of the day, LeBron not going back to L.A. His time as a Laker is done. Where's he going? PJ thinks the Warriors. I think he's going back home to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Do you think he's going anywhere else? You can weigh in on the phones, 310-840-4910. We broke down the Kawhi Leonard trade, what it means for the Clippers. Spoiler alert, going to be a long next couple of years for the Clips. And what it means for the Raptors, just how good can they be? Again, 310-840-4910. We finally kicked it off in Mexico City after an hour rain delay because of a thunderstorm. Mexico and Ecuador, North America versus South America, with a spot in the round of the 16 on the line. Mexico have not lost in the Estadio Azteca, their famous stadium in Mexico City. They have not lost a competitive game there in 13 years. They also haven't given up a goal yet in this tournament. So they are the slight favorite to advance. We'll see if Ecuador, fresh off their win against Germany, though, in the final game of the group stage, can pull another upset. 310-840-4910. By the way, PJ, I'm just looking at our picks here because we filled out our bracket yesterday. So you and I both had Mexico over Ecuador, and then we both had England over Mexico in the next round. I feel like, I don't know, maybe this game, because if Mexico wins, they play at the Azteca again next round. And assuming England doesn't get, David and Goliath by DR Congo, I'm starting to think maybe Mexico wins that game. I mean, we already made our bracket predictions. You and I both have England in the final, but it would be fitting if Mexico knocks them out if they can. But they got to win tonight. Not to get too far ahead of myself, but I'm glad this game is kicked off.
This is a promise, Pat Boyle. If Mexico plays England in the next round, I will be betting Mexico to win or draw in regulation. Absolutely. With how good Mexico is at Azteca, that game being played there, the fans are going to be absolutely on fire. That would just be so England to stumble and lose that game. I will definitely be on Mexico in that side. And I think that would be a close one right down the wire. But this game's going to be tricky. Ecuador, they got a solid defense, and I'm always afraid to kind of bet against teams that find a way to just like get themselves into the playoffs, like have a magical like late minute goal or whatever it may be. And they had to beat Germany to get to the round of 32, and they scored a goal in stoppage time to do it. So any team that just like barely gets in like that, sometimes like just that little thing then leads to like a win, and then it leads to another one. So they, again, a lot to ask going on the road, playing in Mexico City against Mexico, but I think this is going to be a competitive game tonight.
Dude, how about Ecuador's manager? Again, Mexico does have to win this game tonight. We're not counting out Ecuador. How about Ecuador's manager, by the way? Have you seen this guy yet? So he's Argentine or Argentinian. Mm-hmm. Sebastian Becacete or Becca. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. That's a name that it's Argentine. I would assume it's Becacete.
Sure.
He looks like Fabio. He's got the long blonde hair.
Yeah.
He's kind of got like the skin of like a leather belt though, and he's got he's got to have some dental implants because the teeth are miraculous. But he's like a cult. He's turned into like a cult hero here in this tournament. I can't get enough whenever they show this guy. I love it.
He is just he is vibes, man. That's the best way to describe him. The hair, the teeth. He's got the look. He looks like a rock star is what he looks like. So yeah.
He does. He looks like a rock star he looks like a rock star that you could tell has like been doing drugs and drinking alcohol on tour for like 30 years straight.
Yes, exactly. Totally lead singer of the band vibes for sure.
All right, 310-840-4910. We do have a text coming in here before we get to a little hot or cold, as Mexico nearly had a good chance there 5 minutes in. This is from Neil from Vancouver, and he says, Pat, the Tigers also have Scooble on the mound tonight, so you might have thought wrong, brother. If you want the Yankees to turn it around, make some more backyard Twitter videos yelling about your team. It worked with the Knicks. Backyard Twitter videos? What does that mean? What does he mean? I might have thought wrong. Thank you, Lee. I've been crushing the Yankees for the last, couple of days here. I don't know what I wasn't confident they were going to win this game. They're getting smoked. But yeah, maybe I should start yelling about it. But here's the thing. The Yankees are so exhausting. They do it every year. They do this every year. I mean, my God, to the point now, PJ, like Yankees Twitter, they've laid out like the definition of what constitutes the swoon and when it is the swoon and when it's not the swoon. I don't care what Yankees Twitter says. Like, they're in the swoon. They're terrible. Judge is hurt, so that should kind of fall under the Yankees swoon. And they lose this game tonight. They've lost 10 out of their last 12. They're terrible.
Also, how about the fact we got Neil chiming in from Vancouver? Shout out to Neil listening to the show from all the way out there. One of the best cities I've ever been to. For people that haven't been to Vancouver, unbelievable.
You've been to Vancouver?
Nice city. Oh man, love Vancouver. Yeah, I've been one time. We went to Seattle. Then it's about like a 3-hour drive north up there. It's ridiculous. I'm telling you, like one of the nicest. I would venture that's one of the nicest cities in the world. It's definitely one of the nicest I've ever been to. But it is fantastic. Can't recommend it enough.
Wow. Now, Seattle's the same way, and I've never been to Seattle, but how is it when you got all the inlets and the bay and all the water in the town and like cutting through the town and, what is that like?
Seattle's awesome. I mean, are you a seafood guy?
I love seafood. Yeah, and that would be one of the big reasons to go to Seattle for me would be the seafood market.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's terrific. They got this Alaskan salmon out there that's so good. But I love Seattle. I mean, it's great. It does rain a lot for sure. The weather's kind of hit or miss at times, but very fun city to check out. Beautiful stadiums. You want to catch a Mariners game, Seahawks game is awesome. And it's just got a good variety of everything. You know, you got mountains out there, so you can go hiking. They got some great lakes, so you can spend a day by the lake. It's a major city, so you can explore downtown. Bunch of different things that you can do. I don't know if I could live out in the Pacific Northwest. I think I could if I had to. It's just definitely a much different change of pace. But I do like Seattle quite a bit. I think it's a great city, but I would take Vancouver over it for sure.
Okay. Wow. Mexico, they've had 2 or 3 chances already here, and they had a header from Raul Jimenez, their striker, that should have been a goal, and he just flat out missed it 2 feet wide of the post. So still 0-0, but in the first 8 minutes, Mexico is got their foot on the gas. All right, let's get to a little hot or cold here. Producer Brandon Combs. Combs, what's going on?
Question soccer. Like, I understand how hard it is to score in soccer, but when you're wide open like that and you miss a net that is the size of a small apartment, it's 8 feet high by 24 feet wide and you're wide open in front of it. It boggles my mind sometimes how these guys miss. Like the penalty shot the other night from what team? I forget what team that was.
Germany.
Lost in the penalties. Yeah, Germany. With that one that just sailed right over the top of.
Yeah. That's what gets me is every time I watch a big soccer international tournament, I'm always so shocked with how many of these shots on goal are just not even close. I mean, some of these are like 40 feet high of the net. And like you said, I understand soccer's super. It's like watching golf on TV. And you're like, dude, you were 130 yards from the hole in the middle of the fairway. How did you hit it over there to the bunker? And it's like, why don't you go out and try it? You know what I mean? So I get it's very hard. But I just I watch Mbappe and Messi, you know, and even when these dudes miss, it's just right there.
Yeah.
And then I watch some of these other random guys and they're skying it 30 feet over the net. So
That's why
totally
it's
know
always
what you mean.
funny. Because when you're watching the penalty kicks the other night and the guys from Germany who just, made the goalie go one way and just dribbled it into the net, score, and the one guy who tries to drill it hits it 40 feet over the net. It's insane.
Right.
But
I agree.
All right. Quick update on our going streaking too, by the way. Pat?
Yes.
Juan Soto went 0 for 2 with 2 walks tonight. So Juan Soto did not get a hit. You are back down to 0. Xavier Edwards has 2 hits, so I am on the board. PJ, Bobby Witt Jr. has 2 hits. You are on the board. And Hunter Goodman of the Colorado Rockies is still 0 for 2, but they are only in the 5th inning. He's got a couple of at-bats coming, so Zach could still hit. So
I was going to take Paul Goldschmidt.
Oh.
And I thought for sure he would have had a hit. He also went over, so I guess I can't complain too much.
Yeah.
Of course, it's Soto too. If he goes over, he walks, if not once, twice. I'm sick of him, dude. Swing the bat. I'm Juan Soto. I take walks. Your team sucks. Start swinging the bat. I don't care if they're good, if they're not strikes.
All right, you ready for some hot or cold, Pat, while you're angry?
Yes.
This one will make you happy because you've been waiting to do this one, and I've been putting it off because I want to punch you in the throat for putting it in there. But here we go. Caleb Williams trying to trademark Iceman and being denied, puts in parentheses, is corny as hell. Pat, I'll let you go first. Hot or cold?
Yeah. Hot. It is corny as hell. I mean, he stole it away from George Gervin. George Gervin is the Iceman. He's the Iceman. He was literally nicknamed the Iceman when he played in the NBA in the 70s and in the 80s and played for the Spurs, played for a couple years for the Bulls. George Gervin is the Iceman. I understand Caleb Williams is he could be, I don't know, he could be Mr. Icy. He could have been Mr. Icy. There were so many different nicknames he could have came up with, but he literally tried to steal George Gervin's nickname and then tried to trademark it and got denied. I think that became official a couple days ago. That's why I put that in there. I saw that headline. Caleb Williams denied his trademark of Iceman. Good. Screw you, dude. You're trying to steal an iconic player's nickname that was coined 40 years ago, you're not the Iceman. Like, you had one good season. Also, maybe wait until like you have like 3 or 4 good years, or maybe, I don't know, win an MVP, or maybe win a Super Bowl. Like, one good year and now you're Iceman. Come on, get lost.
I'm with Pat on this one. I think he hit it right on the head. I agree with everything that he said, but the main point that I was going to hit on that he said towards the end was, it's like, George Gervin is, I mean, Hall of Famer, and he is known as the Iceman. Caleb Williams, he had one good season where, I mean, Brandon, I don't have to tell you as a Bears fan, they got fortunate to win a lot of games that they did. They were exciting as heck, but they had no business winning a bunch of those games. Let's see if you can be consistent with it, because from what I saw last year, the Bears should regress this season. And if they don't, that'll be a reflection of Caleb Williams, and maybe he's the real deal. Let's see if you can do it again. Let's see if you can win the division again. Let's see if maybe you can get to a Super Bowl, all these kinds of things. But the guy's won nothing in the league. Has no accolades. He has one good season. And now you want us to like trademark something for you. Also, like, if you're really that great, people are going to give you nicknames. You know what I mean? You shouldn't trying to reach out to people and be like, oh, I want to be called the Iceman. No, well, if you're really that good, we're going to start calling you things. Matt Ryan was really good, so we called him Matty Ice. You know, those kinds of things. Peyton Manning was really good, so people called him the Sheriff. All those types of things. So you want to be good, Caleb, you will get a nickname. Stop trying to steal somebody else's. I'm with Pat on this.
Well, first of all, one, he did not ask for the nickname, the Iceman. His teammates gave him the nickname Iceman. More specifically, DJ Moore, who's no longer a Bear, gave him the nickname Iceman because he has ice in his veins in the fourth quarter. That's why they gave him the nickname Iceman. And then when he hit the pose, the Iceman pose, and that's what he tried to trademark. He tried to trademark the pose, and that's what he was denied for, not the nickname Iceman. So that's how nicknames work, guys. You get nicknames because they are given to you. You don't get to choose your nickname. People give you a nickname. And Caleb Williams, I agree with DJ Moore. Cold as ice in the fourth quarter, and that's kind of undeniable. We watched it all year last year, what he was in the fourth quarter. His numbers in the fourth quarter were insane. The drop back against the Rams where he drops back 40 yards and finds a tight end in the corner of the end zone is why he was given the nickname Iceman. Now, look, I don't care whether he got denied for the thing. I don't care. People, he tried doing this. Oh, he paints his nails. Oh, he was carrying a purse. Oh, I don't care if he shows up on Sundays with painted nails in a sundress, looking like wanting with a t-shirt that says Iceman on it. I don't care as long as he wins football games. And that's what Caleb Williams did last year. That's what I think Caleb Williams is going to continue to do under the tutelage of Ben Johnson. I don't necessarily think they're going to regress this year. I don't think they're going to win in the same manner. I think they're going to win in a different manner this year. I think that this offense is going to be better than it was last year because you're in year 2 under Ben Johnson. I think that this team's going to be a little bit better, but hey, we're about to find out here in just a couple of months. But for him it's corny as hell because he tried to trademark Iceman. This is just Pat's way of trying to come at me about Caleb Williams because he's a big fat hater of Caleb Williams and he's mad because he was wrong about Caleb Williams this past season. So he takes every chance he can to try to throw shade at me because I'm a Bears fan and I love me some Caleb Williams.
You can't really be a hater of somebody if they're not that good. Like, remind me, Combs. Caleb Williams didn't have 4,000 yards. Didn't have 30 touchdowns.
He was 40 yards under 4,000. 40 yards under 4,000. You're right.
Didn't throw for 30 touchdowns. Had a completion percentage of 58. And the Bears won one playoff game because the Packers choked and collapsed. They should have gotten beat by that game by 30 points.
Had a 27-6 touchdown interception ratio, but he didn't throw for 30. So, we're gonna. How many quarterbacks in the league threw for 30 last year, Pat? Do you know that answer?
And if I had to guess, probably 8.
I believe, if I am correct, and I'm going to fact check it right now, I believe it was 3.
No way.
It was very low last year. Not a lot of quarterbacks threw for a lot of yards last year, but I'm fact checking.
There was 4. You're right.
As we speak.
Oh, can we? Oh, you're looking at it. I was going to say, Pat and I try and guess who the 4 is.
Sorry, Paige.
That's all right. Well, Dak's definitely one of them. Stafford's definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Was Josh Allen one of them?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, yeah.
One you would probably not think. But he was in the Super Bowl.
Stafford and Dak were the 2 gimmies. Was it Darnold?
No, Drake May.
Oh, it was Drake? Really? I would have think it was Darnold before it was Drake. Interesting.
Yeah. And
okay.
Jared Goff was the 4th.
Goff was the 4th. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But that's what I'm saying. Not a lot of quarterbacks last year. Like you're talking about Josh Allen didn't throw for 30 touchdowns. He must be not a good quarterback either.
I got to say, too.
Well, no, he ran for like a bazillion, and the guy is like in the AFC title game almost every year, and he has an MVP.
Okay.
For having a first-place schedule, the Bears' schedule is pretty favorable. I mean, you get the NFC South, the AFC.
You think
East.
it's favorable?
I do, actually. Yeah. They get the AFC East and the NFC South, which is probably as good as you can hope for. And again, because they get the first place schedule, they got to play Seattle, they got to play Philly, but they get Philly at home, they get Seattle on the road.
And they get to play that trash Green Bay team twice.
The tough part is the 4-game stretch to end the season. I mean, you get 3 divisional games and you're at Buffalo as the final 4 games of the season. So that will not be easy. But, I mean, their bye is right in the middle of the season, week 10, which is ideal that you get it pretty much in the middle. I think it's pretty good. They have 3 primetime games in a row, which is interesting. New England on a Thursday, Seattle on a Monday, and then Tampa on Sunday Night Football. So that's pretty favorable. Their schedule on paper last year, before the season, I thought no chance they make the playoffs. Brutal. Their road schedule was insane, but that's why we love the NFL, and that's why we play the games, because guys get hurt, teams are better, teams are worse than we think they are, and Chicago wins the division. So I think them, New England, and Denver are the 3 teams that fascinate me the most this season, because I think all 3 of those exceeded expectations last year. I think New England certainly benefited from an easy schedule. I think Denver and Chicago were just the kings of close wins and 1-score games, and we saw the Chiefs last year, that regression came. I tend to think the regression's more so coming for Denver than it is for Chicago, but I could see it coming for both teams. So
I think of those 3 teams you named, I think New England's most likely to have the biggest regression of those 3.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I was more so between Denver, because I'm not even New England. I'm way out on them. I think they're missing the playoffs. I go under the win total. I really don't think they're going to be all that great this year.
I agree.
But yeah, I'm out on them for sure.
Combs?
What about you, Pat? Where are you? Where are you in the Bears this season? Like, honestly, truth serum time. You know, like with Brandon not here, like your honest, true thoughts are the Bears.
You don't got to give me truth serum. I always speak the truth and nothing but the truth. No, I think the Bears have a tough schedule, and I think they're going to miss the playoffs this year because I think their defense was so reliant on turnovers last year, and they couldn't stop the run, and I think their defense got worse. So I think their schedule is actually very tough. I know that they play the NFC South, yes, and they play the AFC East, so that means they play 1 game against the Dolphins and 1 game against the Jets. They also have to play the Bills and the Patriots, so they kind of cancel each other out. I think all the prime time games that they have, and that's a tough schedule to play. All those nobody wants to play prime time games that many times. Like, you want to play your 1 o'clock Eastern, so you're in your routine and you don't have to deviate from that. And so I think they have a couple of short weeks. Again, they play what? They play on Thanksgiving, and they play on Christmas, and they play a Thursday night game. How many short weeks do you want to have? So I think it's a tough schedule. I think their defense regresses, and they're not going to get as many turnovers. And I think all those fourth quarter crazy comebacks that Caleb Williams orchestrated, those aren't going to happen next year. So I think they're going to be 9-8 or 8-9 and miss the playoffs.
Pat, if the Bears miss the playoffs this season, and Caleb stays
Oh,
healthy
boy.
throughout the entire
I
season.
feel a bet coming.
If they finish the entire season and Caleb's healthy and they're not dealing with the injury bug there, I will shave my head and my face completely bald. I'm talking about bit the entire thing.
Lock it in. Lee back in the Westwood One Studios. Make sure you clip that, please, because I know Combs will not. He will run from it. Combs, you said if the Bears miss the playoffs, you will shave your head and face completely bald.
As long as the only caveat is Caleb Williams has to stay healthy.
Define healthy. Like, how many games does he have to miss for the bet to be off?
If he misses more than 3 games.
More than 3 games. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
More than 3?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, yeah.
Jordan Love missed like 3
games,
and the Packers still made the playoffs, and he was still third in MVP odds going into like the last 2 weeks of the season, and then your Bears, dirty hit on him, got him concussed.
Dirty hit. Tell him to learn how to freaking protect himself and not lean into a sack. How about that? Dirty hit. I hope they hit him dirty 5 more times.
I can already see it. Caleb Williams is going to play. He'll play 13 games exactly, so he'll miss 4 games, and the Bears will miss. Oh, if Caleb Williams did this, I don't know. Oh God. Fine. I'll give you your stipulation. Caleb Williams has to play at least 14 games. Now,
but if the counter to this, if they make the playoffs, you have to wear a Caleb Williams jersey and do the show.
For how long?
1 whole show.
Deal.
All right.
Got yourself a deal.
You're gonna look good in.
I am a witness.
Orange.
Zach Kroll is a witness, and Lee is a witness. So there you go. Love it.
I wear a Caleb Williams
Good
jersey for an entire show, and if they miss the playoffs and he misses no more than 3 games, you have to shave your head and face bald.
Yep.
I mean, are you going bald? Is that why you're making that bet? You've been wearing a hat every day.
I got plenty of hair, buddy. I got plenty of hair. I need a haircut, but I got plenty of hair.
That's a nice high and tight. You've been rocking that haircut for like the last 30 years?
I have. Yep. That's the one thing
You
I kept
haven't
from the
deviated?
Marine Corps. I'm not as lean, not as mean, but I still do keep the haircut from the Marine Corps.
Not as lean, not as mean. Oh, crap. All right, we got to take a break. All right, we got a goal to fill you in on as well between Mexico and Ecuador. We'll continue on with some more hot or cold. We'll get you some more scoreboard updates in baseball as well. We'll get to your phone calls and your text, 310-840-4910. We also got to talk a little bit of Wimbledon. Serena Williams, her big return today. How did it go? And plus, the top American man is out. What does that mean for the draw? We'll talk about it when we come back. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and gets to play with Sidney Crosby. Look, I don't think there's a kid who's grown up playing hockey in the last 20 years who didn't wonder what it would be like to play with Ovechkin or Crosby at some point. Here would be your opportunity. John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting
Are we back in the 2000s again?
Looked like it in that point, that's for sure.
Love how Serena looped up the ball to change the pace, give herself a little more time to recover. Great anticipation.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Before we get to that call from ESPN/ABC from Wimbledon on Serena Williams' return, we got an update to give you. Not one, but two goals from L3. Mexico up 2-0. And the latest was their man Raul Jimenez with a lightning bolt into the upper 90. Mexico has scored twice in the span of 10 minutes. First, it was Julian Quiñones, and now it is Raul Jimenez. Their two best attackers light the lamp and find the back of the net. Mexico dominating Ecuador at home at Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, 2-0 in the 33rd minute. Mexico dominating the game. They've already registered 8 shots to just 1 from Ecuador. And man, PJ, you and I both said we were maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves. We said if Mexico wins, them to get a result and make things really uncomfortable. If England beats DR Congo and it's Mexico-England, looked like a good play. I'm starting to think Mexico might win the game outright against England. This team, they might be one of the best 5 teams in the tournament. Like they're opening, if they haven't opened your eyes yet, they haven't given up a goal in the tournament. They won the group stage. They won their group, went 3-0, and they are crushing Ecuador here out of the gate. This is impressive.
Pat, I mean, the 2 goals that they have scored have just been absolute beauties. Upper 90s, nothing the keeper can do. Absolute rockets. They look terrific. You said they might be a top 5 team in the tournament. Don't know I'd go that far, but what I will say is that I think they're a top 5 team in the tournament when they play at Azteca. As you mentioned, they almost never lose here. They're playing in Mexico City tonight. They're going to play They're going to play England again, or the winner of England, DR Congo, in Mexico City. So, yeah, man. I mean, we're going to get Mexico as a dog in that game. And I'm hoping that double chance number in regulation to win or draw for Mexico is plus money. That would be awesome. I'm definitely going to bet them to qualify for the next round. They look great. They're going to have so much momentum. They're going to be at home. And they look really good. Really good. So very, very impressed with Mexico so far.
Yeah, same. 310-840-4910. All right, we played you one of the highlights from Serena Williams' match earlier today at Wimbledon. Serena was up a break in the third against the 20-year-old Aussie Maya Joint. We were talking about it, PJ. She had a favorable draw. If there was ever a time for a 44-year-old who hasn't played a competitive match in 4 years to make a run at Wimbledon, it had to have been Serena, but I guess maybe even that was a bit optimistic. She kind of got gassed out, didn't have the energy in the third set, was up a break 2-1, got broken back, and Maya Joint wins 5 out of the last 6 games and beats Serena 6-3, 6-7, 6-3. Incredible comeback. Serena was down in the second set. Joint was looking like she was going to wrap it up in straight sets. Serena broke back, won a very tight, nervy tiebreak. And like I said, had the break lead in the third. If she had a little bit more match conditioning under her feet, she probably wins the match. But I don't know, man. Like, does she even give it a go at the U.S. Open? Because if you can't win one round at Wimbledon against a player that is ranked outside the top 50, I mean, I know it's the U.S. It's a hard court. Like the Wimbledon, the grass is supposed to be the least strenuous on your body. You know, and it was a pretty mild day. It wasn't hot. Wasn't like the match did go 3 sets, but it wasn't like a 3-hour match. It was like 2 hours, 20 minutes. Like, she's going to probably get a wild card to play the U.S. Open, but I don't know, man. I don't think we're talking about tarnishing a legacy, but it almost just asks the question, like, why? Like, why'd you come back? You know, some things are better left retired.
Totally agree. There was nothing you needed to prove to any of us. You're the GOAT of women tennis, and nothing she did today or if she plays in the U.S. Open will change that. But you're right, Pat. It's just there's no need, you know? And you would think somebody of Serena's caliber, like, they are so competitive. There's so much greatness in them that even still at this age, she feels like she can beat anybody on her best day. But she just obviously can't anymore. And like you said, if she can't get it done at Wimbledon, don't love her chances at the U.S. Open. I do think she's going to give it a go, though. I mean, why just make this comeback to only play in the one tournament? I think she made the comeback so that she could play, you know what I mean? So she could do both, with Wimbledon and the U.S. Open being the last 2 majors. So yeah, I think Serena's going to play up in Queens, and we'll see what ends up happening, man. But yeah, she was an underdog today. We were talking about that line yesterday, how fishy that was, and I'm sure how tough it was for the books to try and price it, because I mean, you have no idea what you're getting at a 44-year-old Serena. You haven't watched her play a professional match in 4 years. Now you kind of have an idea what she's looking like going to the U.S. Open. Probably going to be a good size underdog. Maybe she'll win a set. But again, just as the match goes on, you can see her start to wear down. And yeah, it was cool getting to see her play again, because none of us thought we would see that once she retired and 4 years later. But you're just almost kind of, part of you's better off just like, there's nothing for you left to prove. There's no need for you to do this. We know you still love the sport and you want to compete, but you're clearly just not what you were.
Yeah, I agree. It was tough. It's tough to watch. You know, when she gets that break lead in the third, I was like, wow, she really doesn't feel like she should be winning this match. And then sure enough, she had a sitter, 40-30 in that service game to go up 3-1. And who knows, maybe she still would have lost 5 out of the next 6 games and would have lost 6-4 or something like that. But like, man, just a shot that you make routinely, especially for the greatest of all time. And she smoked it long and then got broken, you know, in that same game. So what could have been if she made that shot? But on the men's side, no big upsets in terms of Djokovic. He won. He's going to play tomorrow. Sinner got tested but won in 5. Zverev, who we were talking about yesterday, PJ, the French Open winner, he got a test from Alexander Blocks, had to win back-to-back tiebreaks to win the match in 4. But we did get our first big upset on the men's side, and it's the top-ranked American man, Ben Shelton, stunned in a 5-set loss to the big serving Finn, Otto Virtanen. PJ, we were talking about this match yesterday on the show. I said Virtanen's got a massive serve on the grass at Wimbledon. It's going to be tight margins. If this kid is serving well, Ben might be in some trouble here. I like the over, and it goes to a 5th set. and it goes to a match tiebreak. Ben Shelton had a match point at 9-8. They play the fifth set match tiebreak to 10, win by 2. He had 9-8, and he loses 3 points in a row, and Ben Shelton is going home. That's a waste of a draw because he had a really favorable draw. Again, he would have played Arthur Ferry, who's a young Brit who does not have a whole lot of experience in the second round. He then would have either gotten Zizou Bergs or Jaime Faria in the third round, would have been a big favorite there. Fourth round, the highest seeds he would have played were either Jakub Menchik or Artur Fils. Really good players. Menchik's got a big serve, but like Ben Shelton had a really good chance to make a run to the semifinals. The top seed after that, if he would have got to the quarters, is Alex de Minaur. He can absolutely beat him. Ben Shelton doesn't have that kind of Grand Slam invincibility about him anymore. I mean, he lost in the second round at the French Open, and I know clay's not his best surface, but he lost at the first round here in Wimbledon. He had the shoulder injury at the U.S. Open last year, got knocked out in the third round. He did make the quarterfinals early at the Aussie Open, but he has been knocked out before the third round in all of the Masters tournaments as well. I mean, we were going into this tournament thinking, wow, American men, Fritz, Tiafoe, Shelton, Tommy Paul, all these guys have great chances, and already Ben Shelton is the first big name to go down. So that was disappointing to see.
Definitely was. You were all over it. And credit to you. You knew that would be a tough match. The line was definitely telling you that would be a tough match. The total games played was over 41.5. Gave you a kind of an inclination that would be a tough 4-setter, even a 5-setter. That's exactly what it ended up being. Ben's definitely, that one's going to hurt a while, Pat, because as you mentioned, he had those chances to win the match in the fifth set. He was serving for the match a couple different times and just couldn't slam the door. The path was favorable. It was there for the taking. No Alcaraz, as we all know. Sinner didn't look good in his first match. So he's got to feel like one slipped away. But as we talked about on the show last night, your boy bet a little Taylor Fritz 11-1. It's down to 9-1 now. So that Fritz stock going up a little bit. Love what I saw today out of him, winning in straight sets, looked dominant. So Taylor Fritz, baby, now is the time. Get it done, 11-1. And that's what we're riding with the rest of the way.
Yeah, and Fritz, we mentioned, Jack Draper, that was such a grueling, unfair first-round matchup, and he doesn't even have to play him because Jack Draper pulls out with an injury, so he gets Lajovic, a 36-year-old clay court player. And now in the second round, Fritz is going to play Patrick Kipson, fellow American who hadn't played in 2 months going into this tournament. He pulled off a mini upset in the first round, beating a fellow American, Mackie McDonald. So he gets Kipson, be a massive favorite in that match. And then you're looking at a potential third rounder against either Gabe Diallo or Lorenzo Sonego. Both really good players. Sonego is completely unpredictable. When he brings his best, he's been to a couple of Grand Slam quarterfinals in the last 2 years, but he's also exited in the first round of so many tournaments. And then Diallo's got a big serve, but he's been battling a back injury that he's lost a ton of matches before the grass swing started. I feel confident Fritz is getting into the fourth round where the highest seed he would face is either Bublik, and PJ, I know you know Sasha Bublik, or he would face Tiafoe, and that would be the biggest test. But yeah, the way Fritz looks right now, the way he has looked during this grass swing, I think you got a pretty good number, and it should only get better for you here as the tournament progresses. 310-840-4910. We'll grab our last break, get you an update on Mexico, Ecuador when we come back, give you some plays for Wimbledon for tomorrow as well, get you a baseball scoreboard update, maybe do a last thing of hot or cold, and your phone calls and texts. Last chance to get aboard, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
John Lynch has not been the best general manager in football over the last several years, but I will say this. I will back John Lynch fully and unequivocally if he lets Brandon Ayuk just rot on the restricted list. This is ridiculous. You can't just go on social media every day and say that you're going to play for the Commanders when you're still technically under contract with the 49ers. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't get to just name what team you're playing for. You're not a free agent. I get it. The Niners don't want him anymore. As Lynch said, he's probably played his last snap for San Francisco. But unless the Commanders are willing to give me something of some consequence, I'm not just cutting this dude and letting him walk off to D.C. to play with his buddy Jaden Daniels. Oh, hell no. I'll give it to Stone Cold. No. I'm not going to just let him. No, you don't just get to go. You don't get to name your destination, Brandon Ayuk. It's getting to the point where it's kind of creepy, but more so just dumb. Just dumb. Without even the B. D-U-M. Dumb by Brandon Ayuk. But let's stop losing the forest for the trees here. Everybody in the WNBA has a visceral hatred for Caitlin Clark, despite the fact that Caitlin Clark's arrival on the scene is what helped them push for a new CBA, a massive increase in salaries, massive viewership, which helps push those rights fees and salaries farther up. Without Caitlin Clark, I wouldn't say there's no WNBA. It's existed for 2 decades now. But without Caitlin Clark, the WNBA is not nearly as close to the average sports fan's radar as it is right now in this moment. And yet Caitlin Clark gets a hand to the neck, gets kicked occasionally, smacked occasionally. And again, she's not the only person who receives a little physical punishment in sports. But she receives all of this, and the one person, the one star who has helped make the NBA, who has made the WNBA what it is right now, is Caitlin Clark. And that Alyssa Thomas transgression draws a 1-game suspension? Number 1, the Detroit Lions. Absolutely. Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams. I would put those two right there, just a hair behind Chase and Higgins. Maybe right there with Chase and Higgins as the best duo behind Lamb and Pickens. If we were just doing duos, it would be Lamb, Pickens, and then it would be probably a tie at number 2 between Chase Higgins and St. Brown and Williams. But again, I'm not ranking duos. I'm ranking wide receiver groups. And you got to add in Isaac Tesla, who was a red zone machine for the Lions last year.
You're hot.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Last chance to get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. Turning it over to our guy, Linnell Willingham, at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. Got to do a little housekeeping here before we get out of here. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. And also, we were talking about Wimbledon last segment. BetMGM players will receive a Wimbledon odds boost token. To use the token, add any Wimbledon wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. All right, we've got about 30 seconds left until halftime. Still 2-0 Mexico over Ecuador, although Ecuador has started to get their foot in this game. They've had some corners. They've had some chances here, PJ. But, again, Mexico, El Tri, at home in the Azteca, they still have been dominating the majority of this game. And it looks like Ecuador just wasted a golden opportunity. They took a corner and kicked it all the way back out to midfield, and the referee was like, that's halftime.
Wow.
Just wasted a chance there.
Yeah,
2-0 at the half.
Kind of symbolizes the first half right there, Pat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say. All right, let's get some last baseball scoreboard updates. Combs, your Cubbies, they've made this a bit of a ball game here with the Padres. 9-7 now going into the bottom of the eighth. San Diego just scored 4 in the top of the eighth. How about a Gavin Sheets 3-run shot? Was that a pinch hit, 3-run home run? And then Tatis went deep. It's 9-7. Are you nervous?
Yeah, I am nervous. They brought in Javier Assad to try to close it out because the bullpen's taxed, and instead he gives up bomb after bomb, and they had to pull him because then he couldn't throw strikes after he gave up home runs. I told you this team, with the injuries in the bullpen, drive me nuts. Had a 93 lead heading into the eighth inning. It's now 9-7.
Well, don't worry. They're definitely not going to blow it. They're going to win.
Thanks for the kiss of death. I appreciate that.
You got it. And then the Dodgers lead the A's 5-1. Tommy Edman 3-run shot for the Dodgers. I feel like we haven't talked about it a lot lately. The Dodgers are 55-30. They're once again just quietly running away with the entire sport. Makes me sick.
How nice must it be to be a Dodgers fan? Like, their fans don't stress like we do. Oh, your team lost 4 out of 5. That's cool. We'll get that back in, 2 weeks, whatever it is. All of us, we're living and dying with all these games. Our teams get hot for 10 days. They go cold for 10 days. And we don't know whether or not they're going to make the playoffs. Dodgers fans, wake me up in October. We'll see you then. Must be nice.
PJ and Combs and whoever else. I got you want 2 Wimbledon picks for tomorrow?
Yeah, what do we got?
Absolutely.
All right, real quick. Jensen Brooksby -145 on the money line.
What a name.
Against Ignacio Busey. Busey, young talented player, clay court player though. Brooksby was playing terrible. He's been playing much better since the grass season started. I like that. And then Arthur Rinderknecht -154. If you don't like the juice, you can parlay them both together, and you can get that at +178. So anyway, we got to get out of here. Fun show. Thanks to PJ. Thanks to Combs. Thanks to Zach Kroll. Thanks to Lee. Thanks to everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
It feels like the breakup is upon us because we've been hearing about, is Jaylen Brown going somewhere for years now? I mean, go back to that potential deal with the Nets for KD. I mean, that was 3 or 4 years ago. It's like, is Jaylen Brown going to be a part of it? There's got to be something going on behind the scenes in that it can work with Brown and Tatum. We've seen it. They won a title. Jaylen Brown's a finals MVP. But it feels like, Chris, he wants to be the guy. And he can never, ever be the guy in Boston with Tatum. It's never going to happen. So if he really wants to be that dude, he's going to have to be that dude somewhere else. So, no, I'm not surprised. At this point, given all the smoke around a potential deal, it feels like something is going to happen. And you're always going to wonder, how did it get to the point that it got? Because it was kind of rocky, and they always seem to bring it back. I actually think they could run it back and still have success, but there's been so much talk about where Jaylen Brown's going to go, and so much of it is not Boston, which leads you to believe that something's really going to happen this time. I immediately went, uh-oh, because you and I had the same thought. I went, oh, boy. LaMelo, I just feel like Charlotte was kind of waiting for this moment to get something in return, and there were a whole lot of ups and downs in the LaMelo experience, and the second they felt like they got a solid return, especially on that deal, boom, gone. So could it work in Minnesota? Could LaMelo and Ant find a way together and catch their rhythm? Yeah, I think it could. Would I bet on it? No.
Why not the Pittsburgh Penguins? Why not? Another team with a massive amount of cap space, a team that has plenty of draft assets to trade to Dallas for Robertson's rights if they'd like, and a few young players, up-and-coming young players around. But why not Jason Robertson to be in the same lineup with Sidney Crosby as Crosby's career winds down over the next several years? Robertson comes in, becomes the face of the Penguins franchise, and